And we are live. Okay, live chat. Alright. I'll just forgive me, I'm just. If I would still. Just one that I want to forget. Okay, capture's good and everything. I just want to make sure that this. Yeah. Final Fantasy 14. And get it into the playlist for the streams. Hey, Ovis. Hey, Osaki. Right. And now I just need to share it about. Share, copy link. Go to Discord. There's already on. I guess at the very least I'll share with my FC. And naturally, of course, Tumblr. Very quiet on -Saki's end, you may need to turn up your volume. Oh, really? Are you sure it wasn't just because I was talking quietly? Because at the moment I'm not actually doing anything, I'm just doing advertising. Seriously? I'm finding that very bizarre. Because I'm talking like usual. And my volume's the same as it usually is. So I have no idea what's going on. Alright, put my phone on charge. Try not to get the wires tangled up. Okie dokie. Right, so actually it could be because my mic was away from my face. It could also be another reason. But to be fair, I did just have lunch, so that's gonna happen. Oh, Michi's here. I'll email saying hi or something. Let's see. Where's my wave? Where's the wave? There we go. Alrighty. Okay, so we're gonna be starting off. Oh, I at least got to see Michi wave back. Yeah, that was the problem, because you had a normal volume. Yeah, and as I say, I also, you know, I had the mic away from my face because I was eating earlier. before I started the stream, so. Alright, let's get into the nitty gritty. Beyond the Great Wall. Oh, first off. Oh Christ, trying to do the typing on this can be really annoying at times. Alrighty.
The question is, how will the Empire respond to the disappearance of Omega and the Primal? Oh, I didn't see you there. Forgive me. Word from Baelsar's wall is proving long in the coming, and my mind cannot help but stray to grim places.
Oh, of course I can't go to grim places. Australia, I should say.
Alphino, a message from the Alliance.
It's about time. Pray summon the others at once.
Oh, blimey, I put my
Yes,
mic
sir.
so high that I can even hear the game audio. Slowing myself back down a bit.
General Uldin reports that his forces have secured the breach in Baelsar's wall.
Awesome stuff. We like to hear that.
And what of the Primal and Omega?
There is still no sign of either at this time. He writes that they will begin a more thorough investigation shortly. And, as expected, he wishes to petition the aid of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Yeah, that makes sense.
As expected.
The Alliance's decision to capture a part of Baelsar's wall is open to interpretation.
That's fair. That's fair. I kind of expected it, especially considering her depression kicked in hard.
The wall serves to demarcate Imperial territory, Alamigo included, from the rest of Eorzea. To an observer, the Alliance's actions could be seen as a prelude to invasion.
Indeed. And the Alliance leaders have no wish to be branded invaders.
You're saying they won't fight for Alamigo? Even after everything that's happened?
Not without the consent of her people, no. Make no mistake, Lise. The Alliance is in complete agreement that the Empire must be purged from Eorzea. However, they will not set foot in Gyr Abania until they have formally secured the consent and cooperation of the Alamigan opposition.
That honestly makes sense. You don't want to make another
They
group
would
of
have us
people you
act as
don't.
intermediaries.
Precisely. The Scions are uniquely qualified to serve in this capacity. That is to say, Lise's, given her personal connection to the Resistance. Who better than you to broker an agreement between the Alliance and the people of Alamigo? Assuming you are willing, of course.
Of course I am. You know I'd like nothing more.
As for who should accompany you on said diplomatic mission, I had a mind to volunteer myself.
Of course you.
That covers the talking part. But you just know there'll be trouble along the way. Are you available?
Well, I was looking for a new adventure anyway, so screw it, why not? As if you've got to
Thanks.
ask.
It means a lot knowing you'll be there.
I too shall accompany you. Such endeavors are seldom hampered by a surfeit of healers.
Good point. Allow me to offer my services as well.
I have spent quite enough time here of late, so I'll be coming. But we will need someone to keep an eye on things. I trust you have no objections?
None, my lady. Gladly shall I continue to serve as caretaker of the Waking Sands, and there keep watch for signs of primal and Ascian activity both.
As capable as my learned friend undoubtedly is, there are some troubles that may prove too much for a single scion, on account of which I mean to stay.
Fair enough.
It is settled then. Let us each see to our preparations.
I'll let Sayaka now start streaming at home. Da-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Right.
Ready, my friend? Well then, Tataru, I leave the rising stones in your capable hands.
Let's lay down a little bit.
Don't worry, Alphino. I'll see that the place is still standing when you come back.
Yeah, honestly, you've got a good track record of doing that, honestly. So I'm fine with leaving the rising stones in your hands, Tataru. Yugiri Gosetsu!
Mistress Y'shtola has unfolded all. You are bound for Girabania?
Aye. The Alliance would have us make contact with the Alamegan resistance as soon as possible.
It begins then. As soon it shall in Doma, if the gods are good. 'Tis but a pity it must be now. I am sorry that we shall not be present to fight beside you in the battles to come.
You have stood with us countless times, Lady Yugiri. Pray do not apologize.
Then let us thank you instead. You and yours stood with us from the first, when we came to this land as refugees in search of sanctuary. Loath am I to think what might have become of my people, had you not extended to us the hand of friendship. We will never forget. This I solemnly swear.
Much has changed since first you set foot on these shores. Revenant's Toll stands as a testament to that. I'm sure your people will manage in your absence.
Indeed. They have built a new home for themselves and no longer need me to shepherd them. The time has come for Kozetsu and I to return to our master, to our home.
I know how you feel. It's time I went home too.
Though our battlefields be 1,000 miles apart, our purpose is one. Let all men hearken to the clarion call of freedom, of liberation, from Eorzea to the far east.
You're getting closer,
that
Reese.
they may rise up and cast down the curse of Garlemald.
Take care, you hear me? When all of this is over, we're going to celebrate. Together. Just you wait.
I should like that very much. Fare you well.
1,000 miles apart, yet united in purpose. Let us pray both our endeavors will meet with success. Shall we then? Wait, not just yet. And you had forgotten something important. Please, could you come with me? Me? What? Now? Alright then, if you insist. It's gonna be a new outfit for her. I could just tell. Brand new outfit for a brand new woman. What do you think? As you can see, I designed it to be light and loose. An outfit tailor-made to the needs of a skilled fighter like Lise. Your work never ceases to impress. Much more of this and I may have to stop introducing you as a science receptionist and start referring to you as our preeminent seamstress. It's lovely, Tatara, thank you. I feel like I could take on a legion. I'm glad you like it, and with that, I'll delay you no longer. Safe travels. Then onward to Girabania. Our first stop will be at Marisek Spire in the East Shroud. I have no idea, but it looks fucking amazing, doesn't it? I love it so much. Off to Hawthorne's hut. Oh, I can actually show you all the mounts now. So, we have the White Lana mount. Big bird. Big bird. And the music that plays is from the Limitless Blue, which is Bismarck. Let's get out of it. We got the Rose Lana, which is Thok, which is Ravana X2. Honestly, I just love the rose red. It is, without a doubt, just so beautiful. And then we've got the round Lana. I forgot on which of the extremes this one's from. Actually, no, from the music I could tell it's from the Thornton's Vein. From the Minstrel's Ballad of Thornton's Vein. Then we have the Warring Lana. And then we have the Dark Lana. And the Sophic Lana. The Demonic Lana. Oh. And then the bird that you get for getting all the Lanners. The Firebird. Which is just so fucking beautiful. So yeah, those are all the new mounts that I got, Lanners and Firebird. And I got them with the help of three of the FC members. One of them being Sayaka. The other being Two Softis. And the other one being Elora, which I'm trying to find her. Where is she? She's been on recently, and not that much. Ah, here we are. Elora Valtress. So, to those three, if you've ever watched the stream, thank you very much. I appreciate all the help that you gave me whilst mount farming, essentially. They are all really good. So yes.
I remember crossing the border, standing in Girabania once more. Me and my fellow scions, the warrior of light among us. Behind us, Baelsar's wall cutting the land in two. Freedom on one side, tyranny on the other. Tyranny and the promise of a new beginning. But one that could only be bought with flames and blood.
Stormblood. Now that's a cool title screen. Alright, firstly, before we do anything, attune to the Aetherite. Greetings, Scions. On behalf of the Aeorzean Alliance, I welcome you to Castrum Orient. Thank you, General. We were relieved to hear that your forces secured the wall without incident. Have the Imperials made any attempt to retake the Castrum since then? None, save for a few skirmishes between our scouts and their patrols. We've had barely any contact with them. But we all know it's only a matter of time before things escalate. Also, Holy Hell's size fight is unique, but Holy Hell's Yeah, a size fight can be quite frustrating. As if attacking Belsar's wall wasn't enough, Gilbert summoned the Primal right on their doorstep. Garlemald is not like to let such shows of defiance go unanswered. It was a declaration of war, even if it was not Gilbert's to make, and now we are bound by it, for weal or for woe. The Scions stand ready to serve, General. What would you ask of us? As stated in my message, the Alliance will not proceed without the support and cooperation of the Alamegan people. We would have you serve as our emissaries and make contact with the Resistance. Consider it done, General. We won't let you down, I swear. I'll leave you to it. Godspeed. Ah, of all the Castra in all the world, you walk into mine. Master Garland, what brings you here? A certain miselegant weapon and draconic primal. Omega and Shinryo, I think the shinobi called it. Anyway, you've been studying their trial destruction, hoping it might lead us somewhere. Which it has singularly failed to do. And 'tis like Omega fell to earth in occupied territory, meaning it may already be in Imperial hands. Even so, it bears repeating that we engaged the stasis systems. Assuming the command was received and executed successfully, the weapon will be of no use to them. Assuming, we should hurry up and find it regardless. All the more reason to reach out to the Resistance. If we want to press on into Girabania, we'll need their blessing. Everyone's counting on us. Let's not waste any more time talking. $100,000 XP just for that. Love it. As you probably heard, there are plenty of factions in the Resistance, so I'm taking us to see the one with the most influence. Their headquarters are located in a place called Valga's Reach, an old temple to the east of here, across the Villadina River. I learned a route that should allow us to avoid Imperial patrols. Stick with me and we'll be there before you know. Or I could go off the beaten track and get some stuff. Because Lord knows I'll need it. Let's see. Collection. Aether compass. 250 to the southeast. So talking. Hopefully in this direction. $128 yards to the southeast. $101 yards to the east. So this way. Yep. I can see it right there. Go. I won't mess about too much in terms of getting the Aether currents while on screen. I'll try and stick to doing that off screen, but you know, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, getting the Aether currents will actually help. So we've got the first of 4 here in the fringes. Still with me? Good. From here we'll head northeast towards the river. The water's not too deep, so we won't have to swim. Wow. Hopefully not all of us. Cryo might have to. 652 yards to the east. I think that's a bit too far. Well, that could be by the time we get to Valga's Reach. Peering stones. Because this is all of the fringes. The other thing is, it's got a bit of a blockade in a couple of areas, I think, if I remember correctly. So we don't want to be going a bit too gun-ho, we're trying to get them all. But the moment I get all of the stuff, the better. Also, yeah, Reese, what do you think to the Gazelle Hawk? You thought the wasps in Grounded were bad? Look at these fuckers. Because these things are fucking terrifying. Hate it, yeah. Thankfully we've not come across any spiders. Don't know if we do actually get any spiders. Now we get scorpions and shit, but spiders I'm not sure about. Into 91 yards to the east. I don't see any soldiers. Good, let's cross. You're wondering about the tower to the south? It's part of Castellum Velladina. That's what the Imperials decided to call the old bridge after they fortified it. I call it a great big eyesore, so you can see the rotten banner from absolutely miles away. They never miss a chance to rub our noses in it, do they? Come on, we should keep moving. This is why we can't wait to take down Garlemald. We have crocodile. You're actually one of the more realistic animals, I'll say that much. You're just essentially a great crocodile, and I fucking love it. That's the thing. I love the bizarreness of some of these games at times. But holy hell, just seeing some of the more realistic ones is so good as well. Right, just a straight up alligator. Nothing more to it. Oh, either alligator or crocodile. One of those two. But that's it. Just that. Nothing more to it. Oh, never mind, there are spiders. Fucking hell, you've got a big rear end. Jesus. How the fuck are you even keeping that up? Oh wait, the other goes right in front of me. $534 yards to the south. Well, let's get to it, see if we can find it. See if it's at a place I can get to. If not, then I'll carry on with the mission. Fopo, what are you? You're like one of those masked owls people see in like friggin' Zelda or some shit. I'm trying to keep as many spiders out of shot for you, Reese. It's not fully working, but hey, I'm trying my best. There's 68 yards to the south. Honestly, again, like I said, I'm using the stream as background noise. When I'm playing inside and playing on the Linux. Speaking of side. You beat it yet? Oh. Okay, I'm going to take that as a stop searching for Aether Currents and just get on with the mission. Because by the looks of it, the other two are on the south side and I can't get to that just yet. You hit death number 1. Well, then that's the first time you died in the game? Or the first time you died against Sal? Gotta reset that, right. Rip you. Rip you. I will admit, despite this being just a vast desert-like plateau slash valley, it's still nice to look at. And you could tell that there's definitely been a war going on here. It's not just, you know, here for the sake of it. You can tell. Things here definitely went wrong. Right here, on the other side of this pass is Varga's Reach. So you say, but all I see are rocks. I presume there is some sort of trick to this? Indeed, a glamour. G'day, Stola. I take it they have a talented mage in their ranks, or may have an artificer trained in the modification of glamour prisms. Something like that. The important thing is that it fools the Guardians. Oh, before we're going, I don't know if Tataru told you, but my friend Nago, the messenger who came to the Rising Stones, is a member of this faction. so they know us, and they shouldn't attack us on sight. That said, they can be a bit jumpy, so let me lead the way, and don't go reaching for your weapons or anything. Hey, my weapons are my fists. And with a sprinkle of Damascus dust, all is laid bare. Let's go.
I remember the old stories, how the Breaker of Worlds came down from on high and cleft the earth with a single blow. Ralga's Reach, a holy place, and a fitting home for the Resistance, for the brave and the true, the loyal sons and daughters of Alamigo. They were waiting for us there, men and women whose souls still cried out for what was lost, for what could be ours again.
You'll forgive us our precautions, but we couldn't be sure who had crossed the barrier. We see you now for who you are, though. The signs of the seventh dawn. Minago! Pleasure to see you again, and Kyle and Y'shtola. Without whose help I might not be standing here today. At least, not so soon. Oh, so you really came. I never thought I'd see you here, but I'm glad. I'm glad. The promise of a new beginning. Conrad knows the purpose of your visit and would like to give you a proper welcome. Now, I know you would not have come all this way unless you had something important to discuss. And I'm eager to hear what it is you have to say. But let's not do this on our doorstep, eh? Come with me. Hi. Right, so this is essentially the little hub city for this place. For Girabarnia, this is the hub city. It's got a freaking dungeon right outside, but you know, we'll forget that's there. Actually, what dungeon is that? Doesn't tell me. Most likely because I've not been in it yet. Which is fine. Someone has fat cat pet. Fat cat. I'll keep with my Fenrir up. Wait, shops. Let's see, independent merchant. Do you sell level 70 stuff? No, you do not. Oh. Jeez, what it is.
Allow me to welcome you once more to Ralga's Reach, our humble headquarters.
Okay, I didn't do too bad a voice for him. I was close.
My name is Conrad Kemp, and I have the dubious honor of overseeing operations here.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Kemp. I am Alphino Leveilleur of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, as are my comrades. Before I speak of our purpose here, pray allow me to thank you for sheltering Ida, forgive me, Lys, and Papalimo at great risk to yourselves.
No, there's no need for that. They risked their necks for us enough times. 'Twas the least we could do.
I wanted to, I mean, about the mask and...
Don't fret over that. You're not the first person to take up arms against the Empire under a false name. We'd do the same if we had any sense. My condolences for your loss, child.
Papalimo laid down his life to save us, to give us a chance to make a better future for ourselves. There will never be a better time to drive the Garleans from our lands. But we have to take the lead on this. We can't leave it to fanatics like Ilberd.
More than a few of our people were taken in by his promises. Followed him all the way to the wall. Good men and women who never came back. When Monago told us what had happened, how the bastard had made sacrifices of them for his twisted ritual, by Rolger it filled me with an unholy fury. But what's done is done. Best we can do now is see that it wasn't all in vain.
That is why we are here today, sir, to see that some good comes of this tragedy. On behalf of the Eorzean Alliance, we do hereby extend a formal offer of military assistance to the Alamegan resistance.
You just one fair sign. Nice.
Do you now? Well, go on then. I'm sure there's more to it than that. So that's the way of it, eh? The Alliance, hoping to avoid a direct confrontation with the superior forces of the Empire, wishes to engage them by proxy with our vastly inferior ones. My comrades and I must confer on your proposal. A moment, if you please.
Of course, Master Kemp. Take all the time you require.
This is what happens when I'm able to give my party a consonant increase. Okay, they never lose a buff because I'm able to keep it. Yeah. So, it would seem we find ourselves with a several free time. Forgive me, you are free to walk around Ralga's Reach. In fact, I would encourage you to do so. It will give you a better grasp of our current circumstances. Thank you, Master Kemp. I believe we will do just that. Let us make the most of this opportunity to see and assess the Resistance's capabilities. Free to poke our noses best wherever we will, eh? I like the sound of that. Well, I already know this place inside out. I can show you around if you like, Dante. Great, let's get started. I bet you think the resistance is mostly made up of Alamecan Highlanders, like me. But the truth is that we don't even account for half. You've got Hellsguards from all the way over by the spine in here, and plenty of Seekers of the Sun like Nago. There's even some beastmen, well, beast women, I suppose, like that one over there. She's an Ananta. They've been with us for a while now. Well, one of the smaller factions has. The rest won't have anything to do with us. We're no different from the Garlands to them. They keep to themselves, spending all their time crafting. Ananta makes the most amazing jewelry, by the way. They use magics to twist metals and crystals into shapes you wouldn't believe. It's a pity people hardly ever get to see their work. But then, most don't even know they exist. That's enough about them. Anyway, let's take a closer look at the statue of Valgar, shall we? So the Ananta are just essentially snake people. Why couldn't we choose to play as one of them? Just imagine me trying to slither about. That'd be hilarious. Looking Dante Havoc slithering about like a snake. Pretty awe-inspiring, isn't it? The breaker of worlds who guided our ancestors to these lands all those centuries ago. Ida used to tell me the story on stormy nights. She wanted me to understand, to remember. At the end of the 5th Estral era, when the waters rose higher and higher, people all across Eorzea beseeched the heavens for a sign. And lo, a burning star appeared in the eastern sky and led the way to these mountains of Girabania. Yeah, you always get that weird feeling when you stormward. They who were saved by his grace pledged to honor and revere him, to devote themselves to great works without and within. A storm of blood approaches fast. Hells open, heavens weep, for no one soul doth lie beyond the measure of his reach. That last part was inscribed on this stone by a monk of the Fist of Ralga. Ida explained it to me. A day will come, bringing strife and sorrow that none may escape. Waste not these precious hours, but in quiet preparation make strong the body and mind. I don't know if that storm of blood is finally upon us, but if it is, I have to believe that everything we've been through, everything that has led us to this point will see us through in the end. Sorry. That was all a bit melodramatic, wasn't it? Let's keep moving, shall we? Off to the infirmary. Me just jumps into the water and swims there, rather than just walking. This is the infirmary. As you can probably tell, healers by the Resistance healers patch up the wounded and tend to the sick. No matter how carefully we planned our operations, casualties were inevitable. It's a sad thing to think about, but it's also important to remember the cost, as Conrad would say. We should go. I'll show you to the Aetherite Plaza next. I've already attuned myself, dear. I just love the fact that they've got Ananta here, which are just essentially snake people. Kinda like Lamias actually, now that I think about it. When you've seen one Aetherite, you've seen them all, right? Not quite. This was an older design dating back decades to when the Fist of Valga was still here. It may look a little different, but it works just as well as any other. I'll show you where the settlers are next, but don't forget to attune to the Aetherite before we go. I'm pretty sure I attuned to it. Yeah, I did. Arms, armor, potions, you name it, these folks have got it. The Resistance would be in a bad way without brave merchants to keep it provisioned. If you're short on anything, or you need something repaired, these are the people to speak to. Oh, Alphinaud and Alice are here? Why don't we see how they're getting on? I think it's time for a good chug of the pink lemonade. Still nice and cold due to the fridge. Yeah, itchy back. Come to take the measure of our friendly neighborhood merchants? They're a bold lot, that much is plain. If the Imperials found out they were peddling their wares to the Resistance, they would be lucky to escape with their lives. 'Tis a gamble, aye, and I admire their courage, but their motives could hardly be said to be altruistic. Ah, here you are. I've been looking all over for you. We've finished discussing your proposal and we're ready to receive you all back at the tent. I've sent someone to fetch Ishtola and Cryo, so if you'd like to follow me. To think she's a fucking archer as well. Minago being a Makote archer.
Thank you all for waiting. We have reached a consensus.
And?
I, Conrad Kemp, do hereby accept the Eorzean Alliance's proposal. You must understand, however, that our cooperation comes with certain caveats.
Those caveats being...
I take no joy in this, just so you know. Were it within my power, I'd offer you more assistance. But the Resistance is far more fragmented than you realize. The men and women in my care belong to but one of many factions. Simply put, I can only speak for the people of Rolga's Reach. Now, I have every intention of appealing to the others, and I expect many will agree, but it will take time, and I cannot guarantee universal support.
Understood. I shall see that the Alliance is under no misapprehensions as to your position.
Much obliged. But that's not the whole of it. As you can imagine, the loss of those who cast their lot with the Griffin left us short on numbers. Some of our most trusted veterans died at the wall, and we've had to fill their posts with the young and inexperienced. Frankly, everything's in a right bloody mess.
Oh, we'd be more than happy to help you get back on your feet. If we're going to work together, we'll be doing ourselves a favor.
Well, there's no shortage of work to be done, that's for sure. We're in dire need of new blood, too.
Ishtola and I could lend a hand in the infirmary. From what I saw, they could do with a few more healers.
Very well. I, for my part, shall return to the Rising Stones. I'm certain there are others among the Scions who would welcome the opportunity to fight for Alamegan liberation.
Good call.
Is there anything else we can do to help?
I had something else in mind for you, Lot. Monargo and Mefrid will tell you more.
Understood. We won't let you down.
Right then. Monargo and Mefrid are to be our keepers? Knowing neither what they require, one task is as good as the other. Make your choice, Dante. I think we've got to do both of them anyway, so... At the risk of repeating myself, it was still hard for me to believe that we'd meet again here of all places. Though I reckon you probably don't remember me after all this time, eh? I'm impressed, given everything you went on to accomplish. Be forgiven for forgetting all about your time in Quarry Mill. Suffice it to say, we didn't forget about you either, nor the lives you saved. As for me, I went to Little Alamigo with Galleon, while Galleon was recovering. Gundebold was my former commander and an old friend. I had a lot on my mind. In the end, I decided to disband our unit. I told the men to live their lives as they saw fit. Some chose to remain in Little Alamigo, and others went to Uldar for work. As you can see, I chose to come back to Girabania and join Conrad and the others. I've kept busy since then, ferrying people and provisions across the border and back. It's not been easy, but it's been fulfilling. Today, however, we'll be heading into the east into the peaks. Conrad thinks we might have luck finding new recruits in the village of Algana. Alagana? If you're going there, you're taking me with you. Ah, that's right, you're from Alagana, aren't you, Lise? By all means, we'd welcome the company. There'll be more to it than just asking around, but we can talk about it on the way. Make your preparations and meet me by the tunnel to the peaks. Before we begin, I'd like to thank you and the Sirens again for patching me up after I bled all over your floor. I owe you my life, and I won't forget that. Furthermore, it was rude of me to run off without saying a word. It's all well and good claiming my duties here couldn't wait, but a parting thank you was the very least you deserved. My apologies. Don't worry about it. And thank you. Now to business. Commander Kemp's entrusted me with a formal reply to be hand-delivered to the Alliance leadership. It covers everything we discussed, as well as detailing the disposition of our forces. What I need is an escort, 1 or 2 men at most, so we can make it to the wall swiftly and without attraction undue attention. Very well, I shall join you in this. General Alden commands the forces at Castrum Oriens. It should be simple enough to see it into his hands. Great! That's just what I wanted to hear. When you're ready to depart, meet me at the pass leading out of the Reach. Alrighty, we'll do Monago first, because that's just heading back to Warborn. The other one's going further east, so I'll wait a bit for that. Olga Ironheart. You got a strange name. Okay, you just do more friggin' locations for the sightseeing log. Got everything you need? Good, then let us be off. Reach long and prosper. Hello. New quest. Okay, so we've got Rowena stuff there. So wait, does that mean that they're also at thingy now? Are they inside this little building section? Because if so, that's freaking great. I'd probably get some level 70 stuff. No, it doesn't look like it. Shame. At some point I might actually start doing some botany stuff off screen here. See if I can find any collectibles. Quiet, hear that? There was a cerulean engine backfiring. Imperials. You gods, you have preternatural senses. I didn't hear a thing. When you grow up hunting in these lands, you learn to discern the sounds that could mean life and death, be they of a predator or a patrol. From what I'm hearing, we have 7-man patrol augmented with a single Magitech armor. Wide search pattern divided into 3 teams. I don't think they know we're here. It's risky, but we should split up and try to take them all by surprise at the same time. We don't want them calling reinforcements. Head north. You should see them along before they see you. I'll deal with the ones to the south. The armor should be just to the west. Dante is best equipped to deal with that. We attack in 5. There should be enough time to get into position. Rendezvous on the west bank after. Any questions? No? Then good luck. Talk about a strategist. Jesus. Alright, now to speak with Monago, and we'll be all good. Looks like everything went to plan. Not that I'm surprised, the 3 soldiers outfits didn't put up much of a fight. Most of the Imperials we get out here are conscripts from other provinces with little training and even less conviction. It's grim work killing men and women like that, but don't doubt that they'd do the same to you if the roles were reversed. And don't you dare pity a man in armor, conscript or no. A soldier piloting one of those can kill a dozen good men in the blink of an eye. Not that I need to tell you that, after what happened at the wall. I've moved to lay downstairs because the first were getting restless. That's fair, honestly. Right. I believe we've rested long enough. We should resume our journey before someone notices their missing patrol. That's a fair point. Let's follow Monago. Standante Havoc. E. Do I usually do when an FC member gets on? We're clear. Only Alliance patrols ahead. You said the forces at Castrum Oriens were under the command of Flame General Varbon Aldin, did you not? By Ralgar, the Bull of Alamigo himself? I never dreamed I'd have a chance to meet the legend. Oh, you're gonna get to meet him, love. I do like how he's stand there. Just like move about on the spot a bit.
It is good to see you again, my friends. I hope you are here to tell me you have made contact with the Resistance.
We are, General. Allow me to introduce Monago of Rolga's Reach.
At your service, sir. And may I say what an absolute honor it is to stand before the Bull of Alamigo.
These are not the Blood Sands, girl. You and I are but soldiers on a battlefield fighting for the same cause.
As you say, General. On behalf of Commander Kemp of the Alamigan Resistance, I present to you our formal response.
Good. I'm glad we've reached an accord. Though I was not aware you had suffered such losses.
Aye. Some of our finest took part in the Griffin's doomed assault, and we've been struggling to find new recruits ever since. The massacres cast a pall over the whole Resistance, and many who might once have been open to joining us have since thought better of it.
After all of the Griffin's false promises, one can hardly blame them. They have no desire to give their lives for a lost cause.
We will not lie to them. This is war, and lives will be lost. Yet what we offer is not the fever dream of a madman, but true hope.
The people need proof of this, Father. Let us show it to them. I say we stand shoulder to shoulder with our new allies and engage the Garleans in open warfare. The Resistance must demonstrate that they can hold their own against Imperial regulars. And with our assistance, I am confident they can do just that. If we can achieve even a token victory, I believe it will serve to rekindle the hope of the Alamigan people and inspire them to rise up once more.
Aye. Aye. Once word spread that we'd won a battle against the Garleans, I'd wager we'd have new recruits flocking to us from malms around. The question is, when and where do we strike?
I'm glad you asked. I have a plan.
Quite the low strategist there, aren't you, fella? Our scouts recently informed me of an interesting development at Castellum Velladina, namely the arrival of a shipment, rumoured to have come from the research and development facilities near the capital, containing prototype Magitech armour. It is our assessment that this armour is to be field tested here, most likely against Alliance forces, mayhap before the day is out. Damn it all, more Magitech weapons? That's the last thing we need. Your concern is not unwarranted, but we needn't despair just yet. The shipment is thought to have contained a single heavy unit and 1 or 2 support units. With a well-laid ambush, we are confident we can destroy them all, hindering their development and delaying future deployment. And should we carry this out as a joint endeavour with the Resistance, they will have their rallying cry. It would mean dropping all pretense about the Alliance, not wanting to go to war with the Empire. But you'd have a lot more folk willing to stand up and fight if they knew they weren't alone. And you were going to have to do it eventually anyway. Exactly. And so what I propose is simple. We harry their patrols to bait them into bringing their prototype weapons to the East End, where our Resistance allies will take them from behind. Simple indeed, and well within our capabilities. I see no reason to delay, especially if a field test is imminent. What say you? Assuming the Vice Marshal's intelligence is accurate, I agree with his assessment, and fully support his plan. I shall notify my comrades at once. Understood. I shall have one of my men bring you the details of the plan anon. And we, for our part, will be fighting with the Alliance, yes? I somehow doubt you were intending to sit this one out. Yeah, like I'm going to sit out a freaking skirmish with the fucking Empire. You joking, woman? Ah. And why do you feel like you're going to murder a country? We're being careful to avoid needless shows of force this side of the wall. And that's all about to change, and when it does, you may be sure they'll send their new toys out to entertain us. I would ask you to participate in this operation, but from now look, I see it as a foregone conclusion. My thanks. For Pippin's plan, we need to turn East End into an Imperial graveyard. You're a dab hand at this, and I'd be a fool not to use you. Head to this spot on your map right here. Aye. A patrol should be along shortly. Deal with them, then rendezvous with the rest of us at this location. Go well, Dante. Firstly though, Leo's curse. What was it you all wanting? Ooh, you're my first mission to do. Lieutenant Havoc, your assistance is greatly appreciated. The drones were not in our possession for very long, but a cursory inspection showed they are made with a heretofore unknown metal alloy. They are all but impervious to traditional firearms, which is why we commissioned Garland Ironworks to fashion a weapon capable of penetrating that armor. It has since been fitted to a suit of Magitech armor, which I would ask you to pilot. Oh, hell yeah. Whoa. I didn't ask that, but do you think they all think you're dead? I just got to that part. The only one that's confident that he's not dead is Luigi. Right? For once, he's smart. Oh, wait till you see the last calling card, dude. Oh, that's fantastic, because that's not even a calling card. That's a full-on, like, film thing. It's not just a piece of paper, and it's fucking brilliant. I think that's meant to say now, not. Also, should I be worried about she was past? Wanna ask, so I know if I should make a play. I'll put it this way. Alright, you gotta go AFK? Alright. Actually, Let's see if down here connects to that bit. I would have thought it would, but you never know. Ow. I should also maybe check out for holes in the future. Face an antlion, Jesus. Let's be glad they're not grounded. Christ alive. Yeah. So there's a cat. Castellum. Right, this time let's not fall down the hole. And go the way we need to. La da da dee. The music's nice and peaceful. Nice peaceful music while I've got my little Fenrir pup just following behind me.
Looked grim for us after Carterlow, didn't they? Oh, how they doubted us. Yet here we are, right as rain, with fancy new toys to put through their paces. It's like all my name days have come at once.
I love how they say name days instead of birthdays.
Well, 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 if it isn't Garland's little troublemaker. I can't wait to see the look on Xenos' face when I bring him your head.
If you can, brothers.
That is, if my secret weapons here don't grind it into mush! Attack! You'll be weeping blood!
Marvelous. He who fights and runs, what the? Who in the hells are you lot? Oh, it's fighting time, bitch! And you guys are the ones that found the chopping block.
Miracles of Magitech design, my arse! I've passed harder stools than these piles of scrap. You'll pay for this! Mark my words, the next time we meet will be the last.
I hope so, because I really can't stand you.
Aye, run and tell your viceroy. The day belongs to El Amigo! Yeah! Yeah!
Well done, all of you. I call this operation a resounding success. Can't say I'm surprised. The Bull of Alamigo had an impressive military record before he went west, as I recall. Credit where it's due, Master Kemp. 'Twas Marshal Tattlepin who made this plan, and all of you, Resistance and Alliance alike, who carried it out to perfection. Aye, that they did. Not a single casualty, for which I'm grateful beyond words. I've no doubt our comrades back at the Reach will feel the same, as will ours. It's been a pleasure, General, until the next battle. Minago, I leave the science in your care. We shall return to the castrum then. Dante, Mistress Lavillier, once more you have my thanks. As Master Kemp said, until the next battle. I'd heard the stories, but to actually see you in action, I almost found myself pitying the Imperials. Seriously though, it was inspirational. Ah, but you must be tired of hearing that, eh? I'll keep it simple then. Thanks for the help out there. I mean, not entirely going to a bit of praise every now and then. Well, there's no reason to remain here any longer. Let's get back to the Reach. Well, as she says, let's get back to the Reach. Nice bit of pink lemonade. Can't go wrong with it. You didn't have to take part in the operation, but you did. You went above and beyond what was asked of you without hesitation, and for that we owe you a debt. Our victory may not count for much in practical terms, but its symbolic value can't be overstated. Alliance and Resistance fighters came together to face an Imperial unit, equipped with Galamor's newest weapon, and smashed them. The people will remember this day. Welcome back, Reese. Aye, that they will, for it marks the beginning of something far greater than any single victory. The beginning of a campaign by a united Eorzean to drive out the Garleans from our lands. Promises and platitudes mean naught without action, but the Alliance took the field and risked their lives for our cause. Huh. To think that the last time Gridanian troops trod this soil was more than a century ago during the Autumn War. Now it's to defend against our invasion. Ours is a long and bloody history to be sure. It gives me heart to see that despite our acrimonious past, we can still come together for the sake of the future. Well said, Commander, which is why I intend to go from village to village and spread word of our victory and our new alliance. The people will flock to our banners, just you wait and see. Dante, LSA, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance. Oh, excuse me. Also, welcome back, Reese. This tunnel will take us all the way to the peaks. We're on a mission for Conrad to Alaga. Clear the barricade if you would. Aye, sir. Shall take more than a moment. There's more villages than out here, but also more Imperials keeping a close eye on things. We'll need to tread carefully. Or I could just go in and smash everything up. That's always an option. We've actually got some nature growing out in this part of Girabania.
I remember the peaks of Girabania, silent watchmen that would stand long after we were gone. We came seeking allies to join us in the fight against the Empire. People who had had enough. People who had suffered every possible indignity, who had been treated like animals, day after day after day.
Alright, seeing to at that point, do you want me to explain what happened? It does get explained by the group themselves when you get back with Sai. But it's either you can wait till that or you can just let me explain it for you. With a glamour in place here too, as you may have noticed. So far as the Imperials are concerned, there is not more than a testament to the savage impulses of a lesser race. Yes, because I couldn't figure it out. So, at the beginning and when you entered Sai's Palace, you'd have noticed that some of the places outside the area will have looked normal. Give me 5 to figure out if I think you will be, because they explain it like right away. They explain it when you and Sai enter the cafe. Right, so this is the peaks now. Which is just as confusing as the rest of this bloody place, Jesus. Yep. You can see now why I said you were close, but your idea was a bit wrong. Yeah, pretty much. So essentially, it wasn't you that was in the metaverse, it was a Ketchi. Because Sai had essentially had your phone when she left. And Futaba decided to speak to her via the phone and transported her to the metaverse just as Akechi passed by. Once Akechi had passed by and was teleported into the metaverse, he didn't realize to begin with, because with you just being at a place that was normal in terms of the metaverse area, because if you remember, the parts where you are, such as for example that cell, is near Sai's palace, but was a normal section of the palace, so the distortion didn't reach the cell. Because her palace never actually ended up getting destroyed. So essentially what happened was, upon getting out, yes, her house changed, but it didn't get destroyed in a sense. Or at least you never see it get destroyed, so I'm assuming it didn't. Yeah, he was a bit stupid, especially as he did sort of like do a sort of what sort of thing when it happened, because you can usually tell when you slip into the metaverse. But yeah, and so when he entered the cell, he not only killed the guard, but also killed you. The guard being a shadow, and obviously you just being a straight up fake. Because in his cognition, you were there. Yeah, exactly. You didn't fully change it, so therefore there was you couldn't really cause it to disappear. But she does end up having a change of heart. She does actually help you guys. She doesn't like go all fucking crazy and say, I've done so much bad. It's just a case of, yeah, I fucked up. I need to help you guys. Don't you know, traveller, you a merchant? You'll not find much custom here. Greetings and well met, Elder, and sincerest apologies that I did not send word ahead of our arrival. Too long have I been away from Alagana, and I would not know of your recent troubles. Ah, you are comrades of Method, I see. I see. Speak on, though. I suspect I know your purpose. The Griffin came with many men and left with many more. Such is the rumor, is it true? They lit a fire in their hearts and then dangled a dream before their tired eyes. Now you come to steal away what few remain. The Griffin was a traitor and a madman, and we had no part in his schemes. We have made an agreement with the Alliance. This time it will be different. This time, called comfort to the dead and the ones they left behind. How much more must we give before you've had your fill? But surely you hate the Empire as much as we do. They took our lands, our traditions, even our God. They demand a fifth of what little we've got left. I hate the bastards with every fibre of my being. But hate's not enough, Method. I can't. We can't keep doing this. I'll not tell anyone you came, but you need to go. Now leave us be and never return. You've got no right to speak to us like that. I've got a quarry that was producing barely enough to keep us fed. And that was before half our young men and women went off to die for your bloody cause. So yes, I've got every right to tell you to leave my village. No, you don't, because it's my village too. My home. What in the hells are you on about? Wait, I know those eyes. You're one of Curtis's girls. Lise Hext, and I'm here. I'm here to take back my homeland. By Valga, the last time I saw you, you were... I didn't even know if you were still alive. And I never thought you would come. I almost didn't, and my sister never will. Lots of others won't either, and that's why we've got to carry on the fight. You even sound like him. As you say, I've got no right to tell you to leave. And Lagana is as much as your home as it is mine. But I say to you again, we can give no more. Yes, I heard you the first time. Let's go. Oh. Lise, Jesus. That could have been handled better, but what's done is done. At least we're being granted permission to stay. I was hoping Ragnfinn might help us to recruit some of his people, but that clearly isn't going to happen. If we're to convince any of them to join, we'll first need to regain their trust. It's risky and it's hardly subtle, but I say we approach the villages direct. See what problems they've got and if we could do anything to help. Makes sense to me. Let's split up and ask around. At some point I'm actually thinking of going Reaper. Soldier is so confused at all this metaverse talk, and I feel like in his head all he's saying is just, so this is what kids do these days. I mean, yeah, I don't blame you. 122 yards to the east? Can't be that close by, surely. Aha. Look at that. Independent match. What have you got for us, Maria? Let's have a 60 stuff. You got a stairway back here? No? Okay. Maybe you'll bring my way up to the Aether Current. Then 1,223 yards to the southwest. Jesus. I don't think I'll be getting that one anytime soon. It's pretty much the other side of the fucking map. A new face in Alagana? Huh. What would you ask of me then? A stranger and a generous soul besides? Bollocks. There's no more suspicious than a good Samaritan. On the other hand, if you're an Imperial agent, I'd expect you to go about your business with more discretion. Bugger me, you really are here to help, aren't you? Very well. I'll take you up on your offer, stranger. No brother's working with the rocks by Grim and Enid. He's got something for me. Can you go and get it? Right then, Frightened Quirl is his name. Ask him for the leftovers. You ought to understand. Frightened Quirl. I really question the naming system for some of the people in this game. Oh god, you're all the way on the other side. Right. Frick me. I think we should tell Saki that she's got the she's got rules 2 and 1 a bit weird, huh? Also, hello, Blood Glider. Jesus, you're one hell of a moth. Christ. 129 euros off, yeah, I'm not gonna get that. €607 or so. Yeah, definitely won't be able to get that anytime soon then. Wow. I was hoping it was deep enough to swim in. Oh, God, excuse me. Oh, pink lemonade just ran right through me then. I wanted to decided to create gas right away. So this guy's father is in Imperial uniform, has been for about 15 years. You'd best keep your distance if you know what's good for you. Say your piece and move on. Looking for folks down on their luck? Congratulations, you've found one. As you can see, my leg ain't what it used to be. Some days I can hardly walk for the pain. Relate. Mornings are the worst, especially after cold nights. Hard labour's right out. Too much pain and trouble for others. The tea is what helps with it, though. I'd need to grind a chipuli horn and a hornbill tone for the blend. Alright, I'll go ahead and get that. Alright? You'll go and get some for me just like that. Oh, you need to trouble yourself, so. Sure. I'm getting you a simple as that. Alright, great thing is they're both relatively close. Just need a chipuli. Sorry mate, we need you home. Thank you very much. just another hour and a half and Sayaka will be getting off of work. So she'll be joining she'll be watching the stream soon. That'll be good. Yep, I see a hornbill right there. Don't want the wind spray, stop highlighting. Give a Barney and hornbill. Off back to Alagana. You've been gone a while. What brings you back to Alagana? There's one Chipuli horn and one hornbill teller. Oh, I never meant to. I mean, in terms of these, you never think people will actually. This country's hard on people, but it's not just that. The Imperials, they've made it known I'm not to be helped. A dead man's good for one lesson, you know, whereas a live one. You're with the Resistance, right? I suppose there's no reason not to tell you that. My father, God's rest his soul, was deathly sick at the time, and so I'd gone out into the forest, spear in hand, to gather herbs. And then I had the good fortune to run into an Imperial patrol. My weapon marks me as a rebel, or so they said. Not that it'd have made a difference if I'd fought back. I knew what the law then were about the moment that Centurion laid eyes on me. Didn't matter in the end, of course. Some people just like to hurt others. And by the time I limped back to the hut, it was too late for my father. Too late for me too. And many others, I imagine. Help them too, if you like. They'll be grateful and say thank you, but beyond that, I wouldn't hope for much. Ah, there you are, Dante. I've been trying to help the villagers deal with this food shortage of theirs. Recently, the Imperials have been swooping into villages unannounced and seizing supplies in order to prevent the people from stockpiling, in case they might be in league with the Resistance. It's not much, but I've taught them a few tricks to better hide what little they got left. How's these getting on, by the way? You'd think people would be more inclined to trust a local girl, assuming they remember her. Goodbye. Thank God. No, I didn't mean to. And where were you these past 20 years? Where were you when we were being ground under the Black Wolf's boot? On the other side of his bastard wall, living the high life, I'll wager. That's not fair. Oh, and who's this? Another one of your freedom-loving friends, deigning to help his poor unfortunate souls? Trying to whip us into a frenzy so we'll go and storm a castrum with our pickaxes and shovels? Leave, all of you, before you bring a cohort down on us all. And you, don't you dare speak like you're one of us. You can't even begin to understand what we've been through. You weren't here, Lise. You weren't here. This is my home, and I love it with all my heart. And if you truly have any love for it too, you'll keep us out of your doomed rebellion. He has a point. No matter what I say or do, it doesn't change the fact I left them behind. But this isn't about me or anyone else. It's about Alamigo. Let's go and find Methrid. Inside the Order wasn't the only one on board who was out. Can't blame them, given what happened at the wall. Thought I might be able to appeal to them as a fellow. I don't know, but if anything, it just made them angrier. I haven't lived through it like they have. I can't claim to know the struggle like they do either, Luis. I ran too, right, but if I hadn't, I'd have never met Dante or the rest of you. And we might not be here today in a position to make a difference. So I don't regret my choices, nor will I apologize for them. There's more than one way to fight. I don't like the sound of that one bit. Come on. McCratty, the dry boot and the bloody vermin, they... Damn it all. You there. Take a deep breath and then tell us what happened. It was all business as usual. The Tributum's due soon. We were taking it to the Imperials when the Kikian attacked. They took my brother and our money. Took him where? Ruins to the south of here. It's just an old temple before they came and... Listen, we're Kratos, the only family I've got left. If I lose him, The Ziggurat? If the Ratman took him there, he's as good as dead. We've got to get after them. If there's even a chance that whether he's still alive, we have to try. Outsiders being more willing to help than fellow people. How's that making you feel, you fucking cynical earth views? You're right, Lise, we gotta help them. If not for the missing man, then for the Tributum. The Galleons won't suffer excuses if they're late. So, Kratos being held somewhere at the Ziggurat to the south. He's being taken over by a host of Kikian bandits. That about covers it then. Be prepared for a fight. They may not be the most challenging foes, but there's sure to be a lot of them. What the fuck is wrong with you? Oh, do you think it sounds awesome? Wait till you actually get to it. his palace can be a bit annoying. Because you've got to go around the entire ship to get like cards to enter the final room. To enter the final room where you'll face him. And each card is being held by bosses. Not only that, but you will also be facing a Ketchy in there at some point as well. So I'd say definitely do some leveling, do some fusing, just straight up need to like make sure you're fully prepared. Cause holy hell, if you're not, you're gonna get your ass kicked. Are you asking me how bad it is on a scale of 1 to 10? In case you're not fully prepared, or even when you are fully prepared? Right, Valka, what did I ever do to deserve this? Gone to bed hungry for months. From skin and bone, I'd hardly make a snack, much less a meal. Wait, are you here to rescue me? Your sister sent us. It's going to be alright. My sister? Oh, Valka, be praised she's safe. You lot fought your way in here just for me? To think there are still good, brave folk in this world. We should go before the kick in, return in force. Do you still have the tributum? Of course, the tributum. The Imperials will be wondering where I am. I have to go. What? Right now, in your condition? You don't understand. We were given a warning last month for being short. If I don't make it in time, there's no telling what will happen to me and my sister. Scale 1 to 10, how annoying and difficult in general. Prepped or not prepped? Not prepped, 10. Prepped, I'd say 7. I say 7 even while you're prepped because of the amount of patience you're likely to lose. Oh yeah. Especially the final boss fight if you're not prepared at all. In a minute now, I expect he'll come thundering round the bend. And hear that? Get to cover. Quickly now.
Are they Imperials?
Worse. Skulls. Listen, Lise. Whatever happens, stay hidden and do not intervene. Understood?
What?
You there! Halt! You know you shouldn't be here. Explain yourself.
Forgive me, sir. I came to deliver the tributum.
Oh, aye. A likely story. Only a fool would dare to come so late. Or, mayhap, a resistance spy.
No, no, you've got it all wrong. I was waylaid by bandits. It's not my fault.
I said halt!
Is this a joke? You don't seriously expect us to believe this is a fifth? How stupid do you think we are?
It is, I swear, on my mother's life.
Spare us. You came late, you lied about bandits, and then you tried to cheat the Empire of its due.
Think you can kill them all? Including the ones watching from the tower? Even if you did, others would come for him and his family. You'd be condemning them all to a life of hard labor, assuming they didn't just execute them, that is.
But it isn't fair.
It's your bloody fault we're stuck out here patrolling this god's-forsaken wasteland. It's your fault I have to listen to people go on and on about how Alan Egans can't be trusted. I've worked and toiled harder than any man. I'm a citizen, goddammit. And what are you? A stupid, stubborn little dog who'd sooner bite the hand that feeds him and pine for the good old days.
That's enough! Lord Xenos is expecting our report.
I bet the poor bastard can't believe his luck. He gets to go home. We should do the same.
Sad thing is, they weren't bandits. What's the key word for Shida's palace? Oh Christ. I think if I remember correctly, considering he always talks about steering the country to a better future, I think it's like ship or something. I'm sure that's what it is. If that's one of the options, try ship and see if it works. As if you get to choose at all. I owe you a debt of gratitude for what you did. Ogwara taught me everything. How you fought with the Kikiri and saved his life. For all the good it did, we saw what happened when he met with the skulls. How they beat him half to death. We could have stopped them. I reckon you could. My foot's a warrior, as is your comrade. And you're strong like your father, that much is plain. But I thank Valga you did not, because it would not have ended with them. Rokrata and his sister would have been branded insurgents, if not the whole lot of us. Bones heal, scars fade, but the dead remain dead. We're alive, and that's more that can be said, for only the gods knows how many others. That's enough for you, is it? To put up with whatever they do to you, so long as you can get to see another day? That's right. You grit your teeth and you learn to live with the pain. I'll admit, I was quick to judge you, Lise, and for that I apologize. I know you and yours mean well. I do. But I'm telling you, God's in the heavens as my witness, that we've got nothing left to give. We can't help you. I understand. Thank you for your honesty. She must say it, but she doesn't mean it. Nor would I expect her to. My father was stubborn as an ox too. If she's set on walking the same path, I but pray she won't follow it to the same end. My right hand is gonna little bit numb. Let's see, good to log, because that's not needed. Well, she took it better than I anticipated, which isn't saying much, I suppose. We should go and see if she's alright. Yeah, we should. We should. Sorry about running off like that. Alamiga's terrorizing the world. I just can't accept it, you know? No matter what he thinks, they shouldn't have to put up with it day after day after day. I'm not completely naive, you know? I didn't expect them to storm a castrum with their pickaxes and shovels, or whatever it was. But nor did I expect Wakata to just lie there in the dirt while they kicked him. I can't claim to know their plan. Sorry, I can't claim to know their pain. I barely remember this place or even my father's face. But I remember Yida's. I remember how scared she was when we ran, and that look in her eyes when she talked about home. Her home. Not mine, is it? There you are, Elise. I've been looking all over for you. Well, you found me. Got something else to say? Aye, that I do. I said some things to you before that I shouldn't have. It wasn't my place to do so. And I'm sorry. All that rubbish I spouted out about how I loved my village. But when one of ours were in need, I was cowering here with all the others. I didn't even think to go after work Rata. But you did. Made me feel like the bloody hypocrite I am. If I truly cared for my people, I'd fight for them. So I will. If you love me. You're asking to join the resistance? When you put it like that, I suppose I am. But not just me. There are others I know who've been thinking about it for a while now. There's not many of us, and we're not hardened warriors like you lot, but if your heart bleeds for Alamigo, then that's good enough for me. You and yours are more than welcome at Valga's Reach. Thank you, sir. You won't regret this. I'll go and speak with the others and send word when we're ready. Still think this isn't your home? No. I was just thinking out loud. And with that, my friends, our mission is concluded. Let us return to the Reach. First of all, allow me to commend you both on a job well done. Though nothing went according to plan, we nevertheless managed to attract some new recruits. It was your passion and conviction that moved them to join. Thank you. Now, thank you for giving me an opportunity to find out what our people have been through these past 20 years. It's been humbling. And troubling too. I'd heard about the skulls, but that was the first time I'd seen them in the flesh. I know you say they're the same as any other Imperial soldiers. Maybe that's how I'll have to think of them myself if I pass across them on the battlefield, but when, not if. That day will come, Lise. You can't afford to hesitate when it does. Young, old, conscript, citizen, Garlean, Alamigan. None of that matters. You've all got their reasons, but they're no better than yours, especially when they're bearing down on you. Blade in hand. Saying that, I don't want to kill them any more than you do. If I could convince them to lay down their arms, I would. Sadly, I've never been much of a talker myself, but who knows? Maybe you could be one, Lise. Your father certainly was. Right then, I'd best begin preparing for these new recruits. Dante, Lise, it's been a pleasure. Hell yeah. Let's see, Beach Ward, Copper Nickel Codex, Copper Nickel Planisphere, Copper Nickel Foil, Oh, blimey. Owing to the efforts of you all, we have accomplished a great deal in a short time. The Resistance thanks you for your service, Scions. I see operations here being proceeding apace in my absence. Welcome back, brother dearest. I take your efforts to gather new recruits were successful. Indeed, there were several amongst the Science ranks that were quite eager to take part in our joint endeavor with the Resistance, whom I am come to present. Commander Camp, if I may. My name is Erenvold Lentinus, a half-breed, as you can tell. I'm here to fight for a free Alamigo, for an Alamigo where women like my mother are never made to suffer. I pray you grant me this honor. You are a true-born son of Girabania, same as me. This is not my honor to grant, but yours if you would take. Welcome, brother. Thus, following ranks in the aid of the Eorzean Alliance and the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, I believe we will soon be in a position to seize the initiative. The new recruits have received sufficient training. I will propose to General Alden that we draw up plans for an assault on Castellum Velladina. Then in the meantime, we will make what preparations we can. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of Alamigo.
Alliance forces have occupied Castrum Orients and taken up positions along the length of the wall. Our patrols have engaged their reconnaissance parties on site, but there have been no significant exchanges.
In other words, your people have lost.
Save one. A unit tasked with field testing prototype Magitech weapons was attacked. The weapons were destroyed, with the unit sustaining near-total casualties.
Near-total? Go on.
My lord, there was but a single survivor from the unit in question, which falls under my command. According to his report, they were ambushed by a contingent of Eorzean Alliance regulars, abetted by Resistance insurgents.
A simple ambush and only one survivor. A fine day's work. The stubbornness to survive is not without worth. He may live. However, the 12th is no place for the weak.
He shall be relegated at once, my lord. As you say, the 12th is no place for cowards who count their lives more precious than the cause.
Indeed, indeed. We have no need of cowards.
My lord,
Cowards who defer critical missions to their subordinates, who hide within their castra, never meeting their prey in battle, never staring into the whites of their eyes.
Well then. Says to say we know what sort of ruler he's like then. Zenas Yai Galvus.
Why? When confronted with a heretofore unknown icon, did we surrender the wall to the Alliance? Because my honored father, in his infinite wisdom, has not seen fit to grant us leave to march on their lands. Accordingly, we have extended an invitation to our neighbors. Gir Abania is where we shall host them. The field upon which we shall enjoy the sport of kings. Patience is paramount. Cornered animals may have spirit, but they are ultimately predictable and very poor sport. But if one dangles the promise of freedom before them while nipping at their heels to stoke their passion, then things become interesting. It is a delicate dance, and one which asks much of my hounds. And so I put the question to you, my fellow huntsman. How shall we deal with these savages?
My lord, I have a proposal.
Silence, Alamegan! You do forget yourself! Only by the grace of Lord Van Baelsar were you afforded a place here, and that in name alone. We have no need of your proposals, savage.
This savage yearns to hunt her own. The floor is yours, Commander.
Thank you, my lord.
The three of you have been busy, so I will understand if you require time to rest. If not, however, it would seem sensible to assist our allies with their preparations. We'd be grateful for any help and all help you can offer. If you ask around, I guarantee you won't want for work. Right. I'm just gonna be AFK because I need the toilet. Okay, I'm back. Firstly, just need to have a little something to help boost up the energy. Got some snacks last night before the stream. And I of course intended to save them for today, which I did. Welcome back, Reese. I've also just got back. Oh, come on, you bloody rapper, open up. Such a stubborn thing, honestly. How long have you been gone, by the way, Reese? Future rust, future dust. He's a siren, he has seen you somewhere before. I beg your pardon. The man who bested Gaius van Balsar wishes to offer me his assistance. I say this is highly irregular. I have heard it said you had a penchant for aiding the common man. In which case, before the occupation, I was a humble historian, and my duties leave me scarce for aught else. I think it's important that these momentous events be recorded for the benefit of future generations. Oh, so you ended up missing the face reveal of the enemy for this DLC. Primary sources are indispensable, and I had a mind to question a number of my fellow freedom fighters, ask them their motivations for taking up this course, and so forth. You take down their statements in this log, and Dante, thank you for your service, now and ever after. Yeah, I've heard of this. Ooh. Bit of curly whirly went down the wrong way there for a bit. Why'd I join the Resistance? Well, if you must know, it was to avenge a friend, the Imperials butchered before my very eyes back in Alameda. We owned a stall in the markets, and a passing soldier snatched up a piece of food. He spoke out before I could stop him, only to get a foam of steel in the gut for his troubles. I found my way here, and that was that. Fair, doing it to avenge a friend, God bless you. I'm gonna guess you're on about the place like you are in terms of Shidor's palace. Yeah. That's essentially his cognition. Steering the country to a better future. And the other thing is, he's only taking the posh and rich, leaving all the quote-unquote common folk behind. Drowning. Plus, that's probably what I'm more interested in for the boat. Aren't you the Icon Slayer? Darned if I know why you'd bother asking someone like me why I joined the Resistance, but it's simple. If I wasn't fighting for Alamigo, I'd be fighting for the Empire. You're either with them or not, and if you're with them, you may as well make the most of it. Food, training, citizenship if you live long enough. Or die stealing someone else's land. I guess not. But that's the choice. With me, I'd rather die here. Why? Indeed. To save lives, perhaps. Or to make amends for the ones I couldn't. My father and my brothers worked to death while building a castrum. What did it matter to the galleons, eh? More where that lot came from. More where that lot came from. After that, I couldn't keep on doing nothing. Bless you. Ooh, we actually get to speak to him, Amanda. The Vera have no love for the Imperials. Full glad are we to pledge our blades to the Resistance. Huh. You actually have a mission for me. I will talk to you in a bit, my dear. Can't ignore the Ignanta. That's that. Get another Curly Whirly out if you can. God's sake. I hate the packaging on the Curly Whirlies at times, I really do. So badly done. Ooh, purple chocobo. I was just a cook before all this. Simple, fair, really. Had a chance to lend a hand and help feed some refugees one day. I took a liking to the fighters. They believed, you know. There's always a need for cooks, or at least people who can work with whatever the foraging parties turn up. I don't know if I actually went ahead and got this egg for that shot. No, I couldn't. Well met, Dante. Have you spoken with the freedom fighters as I asked? Yep. As fascinating as they are varied. You have a knack for convincing others to bear their hearts to you. I could not have done better myself. Many years from now, when these tempestuous times pass into memory, their accounts will serve as a window into the struggle. You must never forget, my friend. Never. Alyssa considers the cook pot with a fowl. Oh dear, what's the matter? You want to help, do you? Seeing as how I'm in no position to leave the stew pot unattended, would you go and ask Teb for a variety of herbs? 6 figs or so, of whatever he's got on hand should suffice. It's not as haphazard as it may seem. Depending on the recipe, it doesn't really matter what salt you add, as long as you add something. I'll be here when you get back. Yeah, that's it. I'm just getting herbs for you. Freaking hell, sounds like the most easiest mission ever. Go there, get the herbs, and come back. Herbs, is it? Six figs of whatever is on hand. Afraid I can't spare that much. We'll take two and be glad of it. The remainder you'll have to gather yourself. Shouldn't be too much of a bother though. You'd be surprised what you could find growing underfoot, even in the Reach. Okay. Ah, there you are. Put those herbs I asked for? Yes, I did. Thanks, I'll do nicely. And, sorry to impose upon you, sir. Thought you were another recruit, didn't realize until after that you were... But to answer the question, that's probably on your mind. Yes, it's always like this. Never enough food or supplies to go around. All the more reason to be grateful when our countrymen could spare some for the cause. Though that comes at a cost too. Too many villages, too many children more deserving than us, but a man can't fight on an empty stomach, can he? So we partake as we must. We never lose sight of the dream. Good. Always keep that dream in line of sight. If you forget it, you'll have me to answer to. And the battle maid. You look like a strider in search of comrades in need. If so, I have a task for you. I am a trainer, and I was told to expect new recruits this day. An area one has come. Perhaps they were given the wrong time or location. I do not know. They number 5 in all. These would-be warriors. Send them unto me should you chance to find them. I know, I'm late, but I had to say a prayer for my sister first. After what the Imperials did to her, her death was a mercy. The teacher calls me? I see, we were discussing strategies for disabling Monty Takara, you see, and I had to cost, there's no time. If you would excuse me. These people be getting distracted over simple shit. Bugger, you were sent by the snake, weren't you? I heard one of our recruits doesn't live long through their training. That can't be true, right? Bugger, old bugger. Also, I don't really think they like the facts. I really don't think they like being called Snake Woman. Now, I think a Nanta would be fine. Alright, what are you brooding over? Come on. Ah, 1,000 pardons. So preoccupied was I by the question of whether Alamigo should be a monarchy or a republic, that I neglected to attend my training. How silly, I know. Till we drive the Imperials from our lands, the question is moot. We are brooding over something completely pointless at this moment. Oh, training. I was so busy practicing to impress the others that I completely forgot. Thank you. Excuse me. Whew. All recruits are present and accounted for. My thanks to you, Strider. Not all appreciate the vigor with which I train my recruits. Some favor a gentler approach, as if the Imperials will be so kind. It is a thankless job to teach, some say, but I say their survival is thanks enough. Fare you well. Leveled up to 83. Although I have no idea what my next action will be. My guess is I just need to do that one. I'll probably just be the level 70 ability. And you get 86 and 90. Ooh, fantastic. There's actually a stronger tornado kick then. Order the destroyer. Right, that's my curly whale's eaten. That'll give me enough energy for a battle. Swarthy resistance fighter. This up. 7 hells, that's the one. That's me lucky warrior, you're a godsend, brother. Before I was born, my mother made a pilgrimage to the Temple of the Fist, where she, like many others, received the blessings of the monks. Then Theodoric came and burned it all to the ground. Mad bastard. And after him came the gods, cared even less for our beliefs. I still keep to the old ways, as do many others. When my son is born, I'll teach him the stories and the scriptures my mother taught me. Good man. And with that, another task is complete. Ah, Dante, I hear you have been keeping busy. Aye, that he has. and we thank him for it. It pleases me to inform you that our new recruits have completed their initial training and stand ready to contribute. Good. I'd like to hear that as well. Very good news. As discussed, Minago, I would have you present my proposal for an assault on Castellum Velodina to General Alden personally. Of course, sir. Are you and yours planning to return to Castrum Oriens before the operation? If so, why don't we travel together? That seems a fine suggestion, but I must consult my comrades ere we depart. Very well, I will wait for you at the pass, but not too long. I expect Kryle and Ishtola will wish to remain here to support the Chirurgeons, but nevertheless, we should go and ask them. Da-da-da-da-dum. Is Artemis? I see. That would explain the sudden flurry of activity outside. This joint operation marks a turning point in our conflicts with the Garleans. For the first time, the Resistance and the Alliance shall go on the offensive and attempt to capture an Imperial outpost in occupied territory. Personally, I believe it is imperative that we offer them our full support, as was the case with Ishgard. However, this is not a choice to be made lightly, nor less on others' behalves. This is war, and every scion must decide what part he or she would play. I'll fight for Alamigo, for my father, and for Yida. I'm in it to the end. The choice was made for us ere we were born, rather when the Empire marched on Eorzea. They will stop at nothing to subjugate or slaughter us all. Van Belsar and Van Darnus were but the first to try. Though your fervour is surprising, I cannot dispute your logic. At the risk of repeating myself, I am of course of the same mind. The present situation is untenable, and the further complicated by the existence of Ilbert's primal. I believe we have no recourse but to directly and openly intervene. I thought this a foregone conclusion given our actions thus far, but if you require renewed affirmation, then yes, I am still wholly committed to this cause, for it is ultimately the self-same cause I have served since first I pledged to serve Master Louis Soir in the Circle of Knowing, the salvation of Eorzea, by any means necessary. That said, I shall refrain from taking the field on this occasion. There are many here who require further treatment, and doubtless more to come after. I came here from Infilia, and that hasn't changed. However, I'd like to stay with Ishtola for now, and tend to the wounded. As for you, Dante, you are, to quote our dear friend Lord Edmund, the man who slew Gaius van Balsar, and some half-dozen primals besides. Your puzzles may well prove the difference between victory and defeat. Many look to you as a hero and heap great expectations upon your shoulders. But you, like every scion, must decide for yourself. To be frank, Alfie, this isn't my fight, but I will do what I must. Nah. We can but carry on for those we have lost, and for those we can yet save. Well said indeed. Take care, Ristola, Cryo, and do not hesitate to contact us should you require assistance. Lise, I would ask that you remain here by Conrad's side. We should go, or Minago will leave without us. Might I persuade you to join us, Dante? Should you wish to give your decision further consideration, Castromorians would seem an apt place to do it. You need not answer right away. I'm sure I can convince Minago to wait a little longer. Oh, shut up, you idiot. You know damn well I'm coming. It's part of the bloody story. Let's see, so here we've got the Rarefield Large Sap, the Rarefield Shiitake Mushroom, the Rarefield Large Log, and the Rarefield Bloodhelm. I love how the one that gives the most experience is the Large Log. That's only at the basic collectability. Jesus. 480,480 XP. Yeah, that's wow. That's actually not bad for like gathering stuff. Oh well, if there's nothing on the way there, if you just teleport there, then makes things easier for me. Welcome back, comrades. What news? Greetings, General. Commander Kempsper has to brief you on the latest developments of the Reach. Our recruitment efforts have exceeded expectations. In addition to welcoming many motivated young Alamegans, our ranks are being bolstered by the arrival of a number of experienced veterans, thanks in large part to the efforts of the Scions. As a consequence, we are now able to field half a dozen new units, with more being trained as we speak. Good. I gather Conrad is eager to strike while the iron's hot. Just so, General. He proposes that we begin preparations for a joint operation to capture Castellum Valladina. I'm going to take this off charge and put it just there whilst I lay down, and lay down properly. Oh. Ah. Capture Valladina? That will not be easy. It will, however, be necessary if we are ever to push east towards the capital. There is no profit in delay. It is only a matter of time before the Garleans learn of our plans and summon reinforcements. The Alliance hereby accepts Commander Kemp's proposal. Tell him to take no chances. Bring every able-bodied Alamegan who can wield a weapon. Pippin, and when Veladina watched, assess its defenses. Every fortress has a weakness, and I would know this one's. If there's no objection, General, might the Scions join Marshal Tarupin? By all means. If that is all, let us be about it. Conrad and the General are of one mind, it seems. I only wish I could say the same. While this aggressive strategy may well profit us in the end, what losses will we suffer in the meantime? Anyway, we should speak with the Vice Marshal about this reconnaissance mission and see how you would like to proceed. Blah. English. No new blue missions? None at all? No? Okay. Pippin is looking forward to the assault on Castellum Veladina. Thank you for volunteering to join me. This should be a fairly straightforward reconnaissance mission as long as we do not have the ill fortune to run afoul of an Imperial patrol. Come, our destination is beyond Eastend, just north of Veladina. I'm gonna check something. Let's see. 58,000. Jesus. I'm on the wrong bloody side. Mossling. Fireblind. Gazelhawk. collection is a compass. 435 yards southeast. Not bad. Might as well get it while I'm here then. Find a royal post. In chances are I'm gonna have to go upriver quite a bit. Go back and go down and back up. Because it seems the bottom half of the path connects on this side. Alright, let's see then. Itchy ear, itchy ear. Hate when that happens. Just like, come on, man. So let's see, where is Devon Pippin? He's close by. There he is. Right. This ought to be close enough. Now we settle in for a long watch. That said, it would be prudent to keep your weapons at the ready in the event a passing patrol stumbles upon us, or worse.
Excellent. The disposition of the Imperial forces is exactly as expected. I will notify Father. Cannon fire! Where did it come from?
Smoke! There! Is that... Oh gods, it's Rhalga's Reach.
Oh shit.
It's no use. I think someone's jamming our communications.
You don't think... Could this be part of a coordinated attack?
Too early to draw conclusions. We must abort the assault and return to the Reach at once.
Skulls.
Forward! Forward! Give them no quarter!
You!
Traitor! Kinslayer!
You're no kin of mine! Mefred! He'll take you!
God damn, Lise.
Well, well. Stand aside, Pilus. This one has promise.
Have a care, my lord. She's not like the others.
Do not disappoint me, girl, or I will kill you.
Seven hells! It's him! It's Xenos!
That is why you don't mess with the monk when the hungry as hell. Yeah!
The Viceroy! Oh, you are a dead man! Ah!
So spirited, and yet so empty. Magical barrier. Alas. It will not save you.
How? Your shoulder!
Shit.
Hold the line, Byrolga! Hold the line!
So, Ishtola's probably dead. And the rest are all weak and wounded.
Kryl!
Alphino!
We saw the smoke and thought we heard explosions. Are we under attack?
The Imperials were all over us before we realized what was happening. No one knew where to run or what to do. It was chaos. Lise and Master Kemp rallied the guards and bought us enough time to get some of the wounded to safety, but I haven't seen either of them since.
Confound it! If we lose the Reach, this will all have been for naught.
Arenvold, can you escort these people to the wall?
Aye, sir.
Our place is at the Reach. We must offer such aid and succor as we are able. Saving lives is now our paramount concern.
If we can hold back the Imperials until Father sends reinforcements, we may yet turn the tide.
I'll join you. I've done all I can for these people, and you'll be crying out for a healer in there.
I fear you're right. Come, there is no time to lose.
I'll put it this way, if Ishtola's dead, I'm gonna be kicking people's asses left, right, and center. We've got wolves here. Well, I'm disappointed such friggin' beastmen would actually align themselves with the Empire. Such a poor representation. Bad wolves. Oh, the hell, but you're following.
What took you so long?
Alphino, I need your help! My lord, the prisoners!
See to your men, Pylus.
As you command, my lord.
Your friends were a disappointment. But you will entertain me, will you not?
Alright, Xenos. Let's get on with this, shall we? Ooh, was kind of a bit sore laying down. Careful. Couch is more funky outside.
Be gone! Give me something to remember. Yeah. Don't stop now.
Hey Sayaka, how you doing, sweetie? I think actually with this fight you're meant to lose. I'm not entirely sure. At the very least getting down to a certain amount. I broke your sword. How does that feel?
Pathetic.
Screw off, I just broke your sword in half. What the hell are you on about, pathetic? About what's more important here. Come on, Rabon. That's a good lad.
Shall we give chase, General?
Nay. There has been enough death this day. See to the wounded.
How was work then, Sayaka, darling?
You all right, lad? Aye, I do not doubt it.
Very busy. Oh, blimey. Quite surprising, although to be fair, most people do the shopping on the weekend. Considering for some people, their payment may be like the last week or the week before. If they still had food, they wouldn't have needed to do the shopping until now.
Don't you die on me, Ashola! Hold on! Don't worry, it's going to be all right. Alphino, Master Kemp is all yours.
Understood.
Don't just stand there gawping. Hold her down while I work.
What do you mean, hold her down? She's laying flat on her side. What do you need me to hold her down for? I don't understand that. Make it seem like she's just gonna sprightly
without the
jump
proper
up or
facilities, I
something.
can do no more.
Master Kemp too would be better served in the infirmary. Let us take them there without delay.
Give us a hand, would you, Lise? Of course. I know you must be exhausted, but there will be others who need our help. Leave these two to us and look to the other wounded.
You did well, Dante. You saved lives. No matter what happens, remember that. Now then, let's do what we can for the wounded. Every minute counts. The haunted look in Warbon's eyes speak volume. I bet it does. See to the wounded, Dante. If they live, help them. If not, move on. That's one way of saying it. Yeah. I mean... Ooh, Deathbringer Ultima? What is that? Oh. I don't blame you for wanting Deathbringer Ultima. I really don't blame you. Jesus Christ. And that's a Dark Knight weapon. Method lies motionless, having breathed his last. Clenched in his fist is a small charm, which you take for safekeeping. It was already cold when I got to him. There was naught I could do. That charm must have been important. You'd best take it to Conrad. Jesus. Yeah, at the very least you didn't have to work all the way till 5:30 today. Nice to get off work a bit earlier. Minago, Method, where are you? This is... He's dead, isn't he? Method was a warrior, always thinking about others before himself. He once had an Imperial patrol chase him nigh on 20 miles so that his wounded would have time to escape. His comrades loved him for it, of course, though that only made him worry more. Did you know that he sent his men in Quarry Mill away because he thought they were fighting for him and not the cause? Aye, well, he did. The only life he was willing to risk was his own, you see. And that's exactly the kind of man who should be leader. The kind of man who deserves to survive, not an old fool who's all used up. There's no logic to it, Master Kemp. There never is. Who stands, who falls. In the heat of battle we can but do our best, as he did. Method will be sorely missed, aye. But because of his sacrifice, many now live who otherwise would not. And they need us now more than ever. Aye, aye, that they do. Forgive me, I had high hopes for him is all. Our defeat was no near thing. It was total, a humiliation. We were powerless to withstand our enemy's assault. But we cannot afford to dwell on our failure. As Alfinal said, it is those who survived whom we must think of now. Valga's Reach is no longer safe. The Imperials may have withdrawn, but they could return at any minute to finish what they began. We dare not remain here. Those who are not fit to make the journey to Castro Morians will need to be taken by chocobo carriage, agreed? Good. I shall oversee preparations for the carriages. In the meantime, I would have you scour the infirmary for any supplies that might prove useful during the journey. Voila! forgive me, but it is imperative that I continue preparing medicines for the wounded. If you desire treatment, I must ask that you seek it elsewhere. Oh, I see. In that case, you are free to search the barber and take that which you require. I would not have our people dying en route. I would assist you, but this process demands my undivided attention. Medical supplies. Sir Marshal Tarapin said you might have something for me. Yep, medical supplies, there you go. Ishtal and the others are safely strapped in. Don't worry, I'll be by her side the entire time. Thank you, Kyle. I'll walk alongside. I'll need protection in case the Guardians try anything. Hang on, you're injured too, aren't you? Shouldn't you be in one of the carriages? I'm not so frail that I can't make the trip on my own. Besides, there's still work to be done here. I'll see you at the wall when it's finished. As you wish. Then let us set forth at once. We shall move as quickly as our comrade's health allows. To Castrum Orient. You saved a good many of my men, and I cannot thank you enough for that. But the fact remains our forces were decimated, and the state will not be mounted an assault on Castellum Valladolid or anywhere else. We need to be honest with ourselves about our prospects. But first, we need to put our affairs here in order. Afterwards, I'll join you all at Castrum Orient. Understood. You go and speak with General Lord. Let's see. What's going on? So then, Sayaka, what is it you'll be doing today on Final Fantasy XIV? Will you be doing the raids, duties? What's gonna be the situation? Pippin has already departed with the wounded, has he? Good. We've completed our search of the region and the surrounding area. As far as we can tell, Xenos and his men returned straightways to Specula Imperatoris after quitting this place. It would seem he's lost interest in us. You don't know. That's fair, honestly. That's fair. Which brings us to the most troubling question of all. Not how he found us, but why he chose to spare our lives having done so. In war, you kill or capture your enemy. You don't leave him to fight another day. Only a fool would turn his back and walk away. But Xenos is no fool. Whatever his motive, This is neither the time nor the place to think on it. I will leave a token force to watch over the Reach. The rest will fall back to the Castlemorians, and we can discuss our path forward there. At the very least, I know you'll be helping people out when you can. Kryl is with Ishtola. She still hasn't woken up yet, but Kryl says she's through the worst. Given the severity of her wound, we could have hoped for no more. Let us pray she makes a full recovery. We lost a lot of good people, didn't we? I saw it happen when that school's commander cut down Methrid. A single blow and that was it. Everything he fought for, all his hopes and dreams for the future, gone in an instant. And do you want to know the worst part? It wasn't a Garlean who did it. It was an Alamegan. God help me if I ever... No, not now. Not while the general's waiting. Lise. Ooh, poor Lise. She's not having a good time.
Were it not for the swift actions of the Scions and the Alliance, many more would have died. You risked your lives to save ours, and for that we thank you.
I think I've done pretty close to his voice the entire time, so...
There is no need for thanks. We are allies, are we not?
Aye, just so. Let us not dwell on this tragedy, but look to the future.
I think I've been doing close for Warborn as well.
The future? I'm sorry, General, but there is no future for us. We've lost too many. Gods, I can still see Methrid with that woman standing over him. They've ripped the heart out of us, General. They've broken us. Our fight is over.
Master Kemp, please.
I'll always hate them with every fiber of my being. For what they took from us then and now. Our homeland, our freedom, our bloody children.
Thank you,
Women's
Sayaka.
skulls. The youths who fight for Xenos.
It's alright, you can use my real name here. But yeah, make sure to have a shower, considering, as you say, it was hot at work.
Grania Lupi, the Black
So, yeah,
Wolf's legacy and
look
our
after yourself,
shame.
okay?
A unit made up of children born to Alamegan dignitaries who came of age during the occupation. Sons and daughters of Gir Abania, raised to be proud citizens of the Empire, with all the rights and responsibilities that entails. It'd be easy to curse them and call them traitors, but they're our children. Our flesh and blood. If the only way to forge the future we want is to cut down our own, then...
Then what was it all for?
Nargo.
What will you say to the families of the fallen? To the mothers, and the widows, and the orphans? Will you tell them it was all for nothing?
Listen to the girl. We dare not suffer our comrades' sacrifices to have been in vain. Now is the time to steel our resolve and press on.
Yeah, so hope you have a good
Painful,
evening and a good rest of the afternoon, Sayaka dear. I'll obviously message you at some point, but I'll let you have a bit of time to have your shower, if you decide to have one.
And when Xenos comes back with his army, What then? This isn't the first time, you know. You'll be hard-pressed to find men brave or stupid enough to face him again.
I still can't believe how strong he was. He humiliated us back there. The Warrior of Light included. Gods help us if he's next in line to the Garlean throne.
Loath though I am to say it, we should not be surprised. Before succeeding Van Baelsar in Alamigo, Xenos led the Imperial army to Doma, where he crushed the rebellion utterly. As a matter of fact, Doma remains in his charge to this day. Suffice it to say, Varus's heir is a peerless warrior and an accomplished general. The question is, how are we to contend with such a foe? Interesting. You are suggesting we kindle the flames of revolution in Doma once more and force Xenos to fight a war on two fronts?
For that, there would need to be someone left to fight on this front by the time you got back. Look, I'll not deny the plan as promised, and I feel for our brothers and sisters in Doma, truly I do. But I fear we lack the strength to see it through.
Have faith in your people, Master Kemp. Them and the Scions. Hold fast, rebuild, and when all is in place, we shall defeat Xenos together.
If you're going to Doma, I'm coming too. I want to help our friends there, and make sure nothing like this ever happens again.
Give us the time we need, and we will give you something far greater.
Very well. For all you have done for us, we will fight on. But be swift, comrades. Alamigo has suffered enough.
And I'm quite certain the same can be said of the Doman Liberation Front. Nevertheless, we can but go and assess the situation for ourselves and see what can be done, lest you doubt what good we few can accomplish. I would remind you that my grandfather and his 12 disciples once journeyed to these lands to save Eorzea and her people from certain doom. Brave souls with an impossible task, and Eorzea lives on. Our present mission may not be as monumental in scope, but it is no less important to the multitudes whom we would free from imperial oppression, whom we will free. See another blue mission? My eyes deceive me. It can't be. But it is. Dante Havoc, the Griffin's Bane himself. Yes, the great hero who defeated the Griffin atop Baelsar's wall, bringing his plans of conquest to a shuddering halt. I can think of no other title that so aptly befits your prowess. A pity no one else seems to think so. But enough of that. What brings the illustrious Griffin's Bane here to Castrum Orleans? Serpent Marshal Brookstone has requested you assist in my investigation. This is such an honor. I'll do my best not to disappoint you. Ah, goodness me, where are my notes? Talamolko, military records officer at your service. I cannot offer much in the way of combat, but if you should have any inquiries regarding historical matters, you only need ask. Now then, let me apprise you of our current situation. Shortly after taking control of Castrum Orleans, we discovered a number of confidential documents left behind by the Guardians. Prisoner records dating back to the beginning of Alamigo's occupation. As you may have guessed, a great many were conscripted and sent away as subjugate new territories. A surprisingly large number were executed, as a reminder of what would happen should any step out of line. What we weren't expecting, however, was a number of prisoners listed simply as whereabouts unknown. We thought perhaps they have met some ill fortune during their prison, or even escaped, but we could find no other documents to suggest what became of them. Be they living or deceased, it is now our duty to find them. Not just for our own records, mind you, but their loved ones as well. They deserve the peace of mind of knowing what happened here. Would that this were a recent incident, though, it will be no easy task ascertaining their whereabouts after 20 years. But I believe I know where we might begin our investigation. The Ananta have called these lands home long before even the Alamegans came to settle here. As luck would have it, the Resistance has established cordial relations with their people. Perhaps they remember something of what happened all those years ago. Alamegan prisoners captured 20 years ago? Yes, I remember. When the Gallians gained their foothold here, they interned any and everyone. Striders, Ananta, it mattered not. Most were forced to serve in the Gallian Empire, dispatched to other lands from which they would never return. If I'm not mistaken, the prisoners who remained were taken to a small village to the south. I cannot say what transpired there, but the settlement was heavily guarded. I fear the worst for them. A settlement to the south? Well, that would have to be Bitter Mill. I recall records of his residents seeking asylum in Gridania when Gallians first arrived. The place was all but razed to the ground. Let's begin our search there. Perhaps something of value still remains in the rubble. Man, you grizzlies sure are big. What are Gallians doing here? Oh, you boys done fucked up making me of them. Goodness, that's smart. Perhaps I should have devoted more time to combat training. though no amount of training would make me a match for the renowned Griffin's Bane. That was a magnificent display. Galleon soldiers were certainly the last thing I expected to find in these abandoned and otherwise forgotten buildings. I managed to catch them unawares, but I'm quite certain this investigation would have ended poorly had you not arrived. Still, I find this quite curious. By all rights, the Galleons should be too busy contending with the Resistance. To waste time in a place like this, what were they doing here? Very good point there. I need to clean out my controller at some point. I'm afraid our search for answers has only raised more questions. If we are to make sense of any of this, we must search this place from top to bottom. After my heart returns to my chest. Well, I guess that's one way of doing it, yeah. Sorry to keep you waiting. If you're at the battlefield, there's no place for a bookworm. If the gods are kind, we'll encounter no further distractions. Yeah, hopefully. Jesus. Sure about mine, looks a bit done in. Ah, Dante, thank goodness. I found someone while inspecting the houses. He seems unwell. Unwell? Unwell? No, definitely not. Certainly not. Yes, we're quite fine, but what of you? A little girl dressed in strange clothes. Quite strange, quite strange. What? You have some nerve. Regardless of how I look, I am a ranking officer of the Order of the Twin Adder. Thank you very much. Now who are you and what business do you have here? Who? Yes, who? An excellent question. You are you, but who are we? Yes, we would like to know very much, very much. You don't remember? Was there anything you can remember? Remember. There's something about this place. Something familiar. Quite familiar. Dante, this is only a hunch, mind you, but I suspect he is not from this place. Considering he's Elizan, he's most likely a Gridanian, escaped from the Galleons, or perhaps could he be one of the missing prisoners? It would certainly explain the Galleon soldiers from before. We need to take him back for questioning. Excuse me, sir, but would you be willing to come back with us? At the very least, it would be more comfortable than these dilapidated houses, and we may be able to help you recover your memory. Memories. Sweet memories. Yes, we would like them very much, very much. Alright then, let's return to Castramorians. My browbeating commander will likely wish to meet you. I suppose it can't be helped. Well then. think I'll get back to that quest line another time. By the looks of that, let's see. 2-2, might just do that. Where man goes one, there is life, and where there is life, there is cause to hope. My grandfather believed that, and so do I. But before we can forge ties with our friends in the Far East, we must first find a ways to reach them. Our thought is not exactly over the river through the woods. I am one step ahead of you, dear sister, or rather, Tataru is. But before we discuss that, there is another issue I wish to address. Much as I would like it, if we could all make this journey together, someone will need to remain to serve as liaison to the Alliance and the Resistance during this critical period. Moreover, as Ishtola cannot be left unattended, then I should obviously remain. Very well, issue addressed. You know, Alf, it would have been quicker just to ask, and markedly less patronizing. Yes, I suppose. Would you be willing to look after Ishtola and provide support to Arenvold and the others? Yes, Alf, I would. You see, that wasn't so hard, was it? Enjoy your trip, and don't you dare return with a gift. Oh, I would not dream of it. Right then, sister, Dante, Lise, gather your things. We are for Limsa. Hey, Reese. We going to the Far East, boy. We gonna be going to Japanese place. Just need to go to Limsa first. Actually, while I'm here, I may as well check on my people. Anything? I'm gonna go to the after castle. Let's go out of this one. Courses. Do them. Gotta obviously check on my barracks every day. Oh, what you needed up here. Sounds good then. The tower should be here any moment with our ship's captain. So we're going by sea after all. Is Melwood lending us our pick of the Crimson Fleet? Not exactly. You are right in as much as we will be traveling by sea. Regrettably, it is simply not feasible for an airship to travel such a distance without impossibly large fuel reserves, to say nothing of the inevitability of running afoul of the Empire's aerial defenses. But then it is equally infeasible to sail an Aeosian Alliance vessel halfway around the world without the Empire taking notice. Which leaves us with only one other option. Ah, speak of the devil. Sorry to keep you waiting. May I present to you Captain Carvelan of the Kraken's Arms. Oh, you're suspicious, bugger. The Kraken's Arms? Don't tell me you made a deal with pirates. Greetings and salutations, Siles. I take it from your comrade's tone that you no longer wish to proceed with our proposed arrangement. Not at all, Captain. Pray forgive my sister her outburst. She has ever been one to speak her mind. I, on the other hand, am the very soul of discretion, as many well-respected personages would attest, from the offices of the Admiral to the high houses of Ishgard. Ah, but where was I? Oh yes, the Sires of the Seventh Dawn do indeed still wish to employ your service. However, it is important that you are aware to certain extenuating circumstances. And intent on securing passage to the Far East, you came to us, knowing us to be the proud purveyors of said region's finest spices, which you steal from God-fearing merchants out on the high seas. Whatever privateering the Kraken's Arms may or may not engage in is strictly within the limits of the law, as set forth by our indefatigable keeper of the peace. More to the point, we are pragmatists. I see considerable risk in aiding your cause and negligible profit. Well, I for one think the captain has a point. The five seas can be extremely treacherous, and many a poor unfortunate soul has come to grief out there on the waves. Why, when we were in Ishgard, I heard the tragical tale of how the heir to House Durandane vanished at sea. Even now, nearly 20 years later, the poor Count remains convinced that his son still lives, and would pay a sultan's ransom for news of his whereabouts. Truly a tragedy for the ages and a testament to the misfortunes that may befall us should we act without due consideration. But so long as you are prepared to abide the capricious whims of fate, I am willing to oblige you this once. That said, in light of the recent rebellion, I trust you understand that I cannot deliver you to Doma itself. I can take you only as far as Kugane in Hingashi. We will require time to procure sufficient provisions and make ready for departure. I humbly suggest you do the same. Did we just blackmail a pirate? Did we just blackmail a pirate? Tataru. The frick. Suddenly, all those hours Tataru passed cavorting and capering at the Forgotten Knights seemed rather better spent, do they not? That said, I had intended to press the point more obliquely, and there was something disconcerting about the pleasure Tataru took in making Captain Cavalier square. Tataru blackmail a pirate. I'll give you this, Tataru. You're fucking something else. You really are. You're something else. Excuse me. I say we should heed the captain's advice and attend to our own preparation while they ready the vessel for departure. Tataru and I will procure the necessary supplies. I'll say I should be grateful if you would use the time to brief Orianja on recent developments. You may also wish to review the relevant safety procedures in the event of an emergency at sea. How very prudent of him. Very well, I shall go and speak with him. What of Dante and Lise? I would like the two of you to return to Revenant's Town and speak with our Doman allies. I fear we know too little of their homeland, and any information they can provide would be most welcome. When we have completed our respective tasks, we will reconvene here at the ferry docks. Agreed? Sounds like a plan. Let's go, Dante. I still can't believe Tataru did that. What the frick? Straight up just blackmailed him. Ooh. Got a nice little buzz out of that gulp pink lemonade then. Well, here we are. We'll need to talk to lots of people, so I think we should split up. I'll ask around at the House of Splendors. You take the Rising Stones. I'll meet you here after, got it? Alice, what have you got for us? Ah, well, I've not done the second call about Hamlet yet. Who knows, but the fact that I'm going to be getting better armor and shit soon, I might be able to. Hijiri! Greetings, Dante. What brings you to the toll this eve? What? You are for Doma? Heavens, you scions have shown us naught but kindness. But never in my wildest dreams did I imagine you would fight for our homeland. For 25 years we suffered under their tyranny, and then we spied an opportunity. The Emperor dead, Garlemald in chaos. It seemed the time was right. Beneath our Lord's banners we gathered and fought to reclaim our nation. But when Xenos arrived with the 12th Legion, it was over in an instant. Ooh, that's unfortunate. What is it, my friend? Well, because you have something to ask. Because I do. That you go to join Yugiri and Gosetsu in the fight fills me with such joy. Oof. Forgive my exuberance. You require information, yes? We of the Nage clan have served Doma faithfully for generations. My ancestors held positions within Doma Castle. Even now it is home to the Imperial's Viceroy's witch and her host of men and Magitek. To think that what was once a shining symbol of our heritage, the seat of our dear Lord Kyan, has become a den for Garlean dogs. I know. Won't be for much longer, I can guarantee it. You are truly planning to travel to Doma? I do not know what to say. Forgive me. I shall aid you to the best of my ability. Ours is a beautiful land, nestled on the eastern coast of Lothard. Along the banks of the one river, our nation thrived proud and free, till the Garleans came 25 years ago. The river was our lifeblood, free to travel and to fish. The travel will soon be restricted and now the river belongs to none. Well then. Cheery. Ah, there you are. Learn anything interesting? The older domers I spoke with tried to teach me all about Far Eastern customs and the importance of formality and politeness. I'd like to think Eorzeans can be just as stiff and stuffy as anyone, especially as guardians, but anyway, did you know they eat with sticks? They eat with chopsticks? It wasn't all that hard actually, or at least that's what I thought until they told me I was holding them wrong. And then when I spoke with the younger Domans, they just rolled their eyes and told me it was all a load of stupid old... Wow, what you learn sounds a lot more useful. Unless someone invites us for dinner, of course. I hope they do. Of course, you're still thinking of food. Right, no point waiting around here, is there? We should head back to Limsdale Minster. Arthur said to meet at the ferry docks, I think. Time for Hingashi. Reese, are you ready? Are you ready? You have returned, Dante. I trust you learned much from our Doman friends in Revenant's Tome. I am eager to hear all. Though that can wait until we have left port, we will have time enough to talk on our journey to Kogane. Our spice trading friends have completed their preparations, assuming you have completed yours. You may inform the deckhand that we are ready to depart. All set, lad? I'll see you to the ship, if so. Yep. Board the misery! Let's go!
"12 be praised. Full sure was I that I had come too late."
Urianger! Tell me you haven't come all this way just to see us off.
Nay, my lady. Ere you quit these shores for eastern climes, I wished to share some words of seeming import. Look ye where the sun doth rise. See crimson embers, darkening skies. Look ye where the sun doth fall. See azure lost amidst the squall.
Well, that sounds suitably foreboding. Another one of your prophecies, I presume?
Of far eastern origin, aye. It is mine earnest hope that this ancient wisdom may serve to guide you on your journey. For what dangers lie in wait for you upon those distant shores are yet beyond my knowing.
A parting gift befitting your roundabout ways. Thank you.
I have more than words for you, my lady.
And you saw one.
It's beautiful. Is it for me?
Though undeniably powerful, your ethereal blade taxeth you greatly in the wielding. Not so this rapier, which shall serve you just as well against all but the most formidable foe.
Impressive. It feels as though it's attuned to my ether. I shall treasure it.
Honored guests, say your farewells, for the moment of our parting draws nigh. A fair wind blows, and I mean to follow it.
It would seem our ship is set to sail. Pray give my regards to Thancred and the others, and take care.
A fine day, is it not? Fair winds and following seas. The Misery is enjoying herself. Nevertheless, it would not do for you to spend the entirety of our voyage above deck. Let me show you to your quarters.
Is it supposed to do that?
Not under normal circumstances.
Captain! You're needed on deck! Something queer's afoot. The winds died down, the waters went still, and all of a sudden, we were dragged off course.
Oh, no.
Dragged? By what?
Can't rightly say, sir. But some of the lads are muttering about seeing things in the water. Things that shouldn't be there.
Oh, for the love of... If you will excuse me a moment. Actually, might I persuade you to join me? Loath though I am to admit it, I have a bad feeling about this.
You're not the only one who's got a bad feeling about this. The fish folk better know summoned Leviathan. Wait. It's snowing. At least it looks like snow. This can't be good. Oh, no. Odd. Most odd. Well, do you have any idea what's going on? No. As the man said, despite the absence of wind and current, the Misery is somehow being pulled off course. Well, why not fire up the cerulean engines you have hidden below? An excellent suggestion based on knowledge you should not have. As our engines appear to be malfunctioning for reasons that escape my engineers at present. I'm telling you, Captain, it's them. things the lad saw. Things? I don't suppose I could convince you to attempt something more descriptive? An adjective, for example? Seawolf superstitions and fairy tales, no more, but if you must know, the things which he is so reticent to name, the souls of deceased women said to lure sailors to their deaths. I'm sorry, what? Preposterous. Yes, indeed. If it is neither the sea nor the weather which is responsible, then it is probably a predatory entity of some sort. Perhaps a siren or some such. For all we know, it could be a fellow spice trader employing magics to seize and plunder passing vessels. Regardless, we have but one recourse, to let the current take us where it will, and deal with whatever we find there. Oh no. What a thoroughly pragmatic suggestion. Oh, I am beginning to like you, girl. Once we arrive at our destination, my crew shall remain with the ship to defend it while we venture forth to deal with the cause of our troubles. Then it is settled. I know not what awaits us, but it will rue the day veiled asset. The Siren Song Sea now exists. Well, so much for getting to Hingashi right away. Let's get to it. Jeez. Trying to do what I didn't do it. Can you keep the captain alive, please? That would be nice. scorpion thing over there. Collection of cards. What in the hell are you? Lugat. They're all still attacking you now.
To the House of Leveilleur!
You guys should learn to actually do some attacking while Starshot dogging freaking stuff, by the way. I'm not gonna bother with the chest because that'll just give me shit that I don't need. I kind of don't have a purpose for. I'm really starting to feel like I should have chosen Machinist for this dungeon. At least then I can do stuff even while at range.
of you.
Take this!
So, do what I can. Come on, see. What are you gonna do? Hit me with these tentacles?
I have my pride.
Well, at least we got a ghost up. And the skeleton prone to boot. Hey Reese, it bones my lungs when the spooky boys use it, only if they were pirates instead of monsters.
Release!
Take this!
The governor. Great. Great. A bunch of mini fucking versions now. Leave me the hell alone with your friggin' magic vulnerability. Ow.
Away with you!
Alright. Don't get it out. Good lord, first skeletons, now zombies? And the warden's hound, so zombie hound. There we go. Alright, because that's not for building, right? Lay back down again. Oh, there we go. Laying on the side.
Here it comes.
Fleshless captive. Great. Looks like the Dementors from Harry Potter have another figurine present. Rather than the ones I gave them in D&D. The ship graveyard. Oh, good God, what are you? I love the design, but Jesus Christ, where's your neck? Love alive. Oh, the ghost of the sign, huh? Oh, unfortunate sign. Please, we can pull you out. There we go. Screw the treasure cover. We're getting out of here.
That appears to be the last of them.
Word from the Misery. Repairs are complete, and we may resume our journey without further delay.
I swear, if I never hear another ghost story, it will be too soon.
Pirates seem to have a lot of ghost stories, mate, so I wouldn't worry about it too much.
I remember the sea, the smell of the salt, and the crash of the waves as we drew closer to Kugane.
Hingashi, Kugane.
The only port open to outsiders in Hingashi, across the Ruby Sea from Othard, from Doma. All the colors of the rainbow, all the peoples of the world, all in one place. I wish you could have seen it.
Congratulations, new standing Kugane, the western port of Hingashi. Regrettably the only port in this nation open to foreign trade. Oh, and I do apologize for the unforeseen difficulties which befell us during our journey. Needless to say, your assistance in overcoming them was much appreciated. Glad though I am to have arrived, I would remind you all that we are far from home, with limited resources at our disposal. Duly noted, brother. I should take care not to enjoy myself. In any event, Doma is our final destination, and our first order of business should be to secure passage there. Captain Carvalho, I realize you pledged only to take us as far as Kugane, and I have no desire to change the terms of our agreement. I should, however, be interested to know how you would go about reaching Othard, were you in our position. Now, at the risk of stating the obvious, you are in a port. Sure, there is a kind and generous soul here who will aid you for the right price. Cannot be the first traveller seeking passage to Doma. The captain makes a good point. It is right that Yugiri and Gosetsu were forced to come here for the self-same reasons we were. They must have found a way to Othard, assuming they are not still in the city. Ere we seek passage, mayhap we should first seek our friends. Leave it to me, off now. Making friendly inquiries is my specialty. Lest you forgot, Lest you forget, I got plenty of practice in Ishgard. Captain Carveline, could you direct us to the nearest tavern? Desperate for a drink, are we? You may find one in that large building just beyond the pier. Whether your journeys have come to an end or are about to begin, the Shiokaze hostelry is an ideal place to rest, relax, and reflect. Also, they say. And with that, my dear scions, I bid you farewell. As soon as we have replenished our supplies, we must obey. Ours was ever a fast-moving business. The spice trade, you mean? But of course. Surely you did not think I travelled halfway around the world and delivered you to our destination solely out of the kindness of my heart. Perish the thought. Thank you, Captain, and may the Navigator watch over and keep you. Right then, to the hostelry. After you.
By the 12. I thought Ishgard remarkable, but this... We are certainly not in Eorzea anymore.
A tavern is a tavern, Alphino, here or anywhere else. Now, if you'll excuse me, it's time to do what I do best.
Oh, 1,000 pardons, my lady. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn, I presume. I hope your voyage was not too trying.
And you are?
Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me. Hancock of the East Aldenard Trading Company, at your service. On behalf of Chairman Lolorito, I bid you welcome to Kugani and invite you to take refreshments at our local offices.
Lolorito? I was aware his interests extended beyond the borders of Eorzea, but not so far as Kugani. Regardless, I am disinclined to accept the hospitality of grinning merchants, especially those who serve a master with whom we have such a difficult relationship.
My, such naked suspicion. I do hope that business with the Crystal Braves did not rob you of all faith in your fellow man. Or do you really think the chairman is plotting to drag you into another one of his grand schemes?
I beg your pardon? If you are trying to win my trust, you are failing quite spectacularly.
Oh dear, have I offended you? Once again, I must apologize. Too much time in the Far East, you see. One is compelled to talk in circles round everything here, and one finds oneself longing for the invigoratingly candid speech of the Uldan markets. Though I see now that this was neither the time nor the place to indulge said longing. Might I suggest that we continue this conversation at the company offices? Too many eyes and ears here, you understand. 'Twould be decidedly reckless to say any more.
If I may favor you with the invigorating candy you apparently crave, it would be decidedly reckless to follow a man I neither know nor trust. Give me one good reason why we should accept Lord Lolorito's invitation.
Now there's the young diplomat I was told to expect. Very well then, I shall explain. You understand that you are come to a most reclusive and secretive nation, yes? One whose borders are closed to foreign trade save at this single port. Then it should come as no surprise that a great many parties have vested interests here. Merchants like myself are a given, of course, but for every one of us, you may be certain there is also an agent of a foreign government. Many notable nations and empires have embassies here, you know, including, of course, the Garlean Empire, with whom you have such a difficult relationship.
To paraphrase, Kugani is teeming with Imperial spies, one or several of whom could now be listening to our every word.
Something to that effect, yes. Beneath this veneer of bustling trade, a war for supremacy is being waged between world powers. One might say we were standing on the front lines, just not in public.
I still have my doubts, but he may have a point. I say we accept his invitation for now.
And you must be Dante Heaven, slayer of gods, rider of dragons, savior of Ishgards, dealer of pants, if some of the more puzzling rumors are to be believed. Stealer of pants? The hell? What? I knew it. May I say what an honor and a pleasure it is to make your acquaintance, good sir. I just know you and I are going to get along famously. Now then, without further ado, allow me to escort you to the company offices. This being your first visit to our fair city, I shall make an effort to point out various landmarks along the way. If you would be so good to follow me. I've got other ideas. Otokaze. A fine day to you, sir. Shall I pour you a drink? You may be assured that whatever you desire, I have or can acquire in a timely fashion. Oh, not so much. I smile, pour drink, and lend an ear as necessary. As you could well imagine, given our position relative to the peers, the Shiokaze hostelry is the first and final stop for a great many people from a great many places. Kugane is open to all. We have no desire to make bitter enemies, and so we refrain from forging alliances. All are equal here, after a fashion, which is why our fair city is rich in trade as well as culture. That said, we are not without our troubles, sailors being sailors and so forth. Never here, of course. My clientele knows better than to incur the wrath of the Sekisaigumi, I trust. Why, only Kugane is premier purveyor of intoxicating beverages, owing to our close relationships with Koshu's finest brewers. We offer an unmatched flavor, an unmatched selection of Junmaishi, a rice wine that is very pure and rich in flavor. Rice wine. I know that's an actual thing I allow, but I've never had the privilege of trying it. I might try and look into it at some point. Of course, not every individual comes to the hostelry for drink. Travelers often gather here to have discussions regarding businesses and personal affairs, both occasionally leading to emotional outbursts, though the latter is rather more. Oh, that was close. I very nearly said something foolish. Where was I? Ah yes, can I interest you in a glass of Junmaishi? Sadly, I do not get the chance to say such a thing. You must meet the following conditions to undertake the Kugane side quest. 1-star veteran clan. 1. Complete the side quest Elite and Dangerous. 2. Complete the main scenario Stormblood quest by the grace of Lord Yorito. Ah, okay. Everyone, if I could have your attention please, you are now standing in Tenkonto. Loosely translated, the name means Spire of Drifting Souls, which, as some of you may have deduced, makes reference to the Aetherite which stands over yonder. Which, can I just say how beautiful that Aetherite crystal is? The design is markedly different from those of Sharlayan, yet I trust its function is identical. A diplomat and a scholar, wonders never cease. Far Eastern Aetherite technologies have a long and storied tradition. I assure you, this particular example was constructed by the Onishishu, a collective of skilled craftsmen who guard their ancestral techniques with the utmost secrecy. In short, you will find it no less reliable than its Western counterparts. a tune if you like. Yes, please. Yoinking over here. Welcome back. We're in Hingashi, or the village of Kugane. Look at that aetherite crystal, man. That is beautiful. I love it. I love it. Right, I believe that the shops are just down this way. Kogane Door. Yep, independent jeweler, armorer, arms dealer. Material supplier, apothecary, independent culinarian. And then up here, tool supplier and independent peddler. I just love the fact that everybody's actually dressed in like Japanese style clothing. It's really good. Right. Firstly, let's see. How much space do I have? Got 3 for the hats. 2 for the body. Fine for hands. Fine for legs. And I'm fine for feet. Okay. Purchase level 70 gear. So, we're gonna get the pugilist, well, the monk slash samurai stuff. The rogue slash ninja stuff. Yeah. And that. This is where most of my freaking gills just gonna disappear. You just feel it. That's the new stuff that I just bought. Come on, where is it? Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, look at this for an outfit. This is for monks and samurai. This is beautiful. Also, what's in my inventory? Oh shit, did I not have enough space? Let's discard that then. Don't know if we needing that anytime soon. Place that in the armory chest, there we go. Let's see what this all looks like in blood red. I kinda don't want to, but to keep with the theme. Right. This actually doesn't look bad in blood red. This is so good. Oh, yes. Arms dealer. Purchase weapons. Deep gold katars. Yes. We obviously need a katana for the samurai. Oh, Syncraders. We get a revolver here. Alright, so let's see. So for this one it's mainly strength stuff that we're looking for in terms of accessories. There's accessories. Jeweler. Hematite Ings of Slain. I need you. So that's for monk and samurai. No, for rogue, ninja, machinist. Choco Slang. There we go. Fully got it out. Let's see what we got for the machinist stuff then. There's that revolver. Deep gold revolver. Here we go. Look at that revolver, Reese. Jesus. Holy Christ. That is way too long a barrel. What the frick? Jesus. The fuck? That's insane. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'll beat these blood red as well. Freaking hell! I'm meant to be a monk, not someone with, like, straight up blades on their arms. What the hell? That looks like the Reaper from Persona 5 Royal. Right, Jesus. Oh, it's beautiful though. Beautiful. I've got Ninja. Level 70. What level is my Samurai? 61, so I've still got a bit of time. I've still got a bit of a ways to go for that. Alright, you had the Cinquetas. Cinquetas. However you pronounce it. Look at my ninja outfit. Oh. Not bad. Jesus Christ. The blades are again bigger than what they need to be. Again, I'm meant to be a ninja. Imagine coming at somebody with those. Christ. Christ alive. Oh, this is just beautiful. Jesus. Please, look at that. You can't say this isn't good. Those blade tips are nearly fucking touching. Pretty much, yeah. Just like F about and find out what happens. It's like, oh, this is beautiful. I love this. I love this place. Alright. For now, I'll go with monk. For now. But just wait till I get samurai to level 70. Beautiful though it may be, we cannot spend all day staring at the aetherite. Come, come, let us move along. The markets are next. I don't know about that. I think I could actually spend all day staring at that. Oh. A leave meat all the way out here? Ah. Disciple of the land. That's what you're wanting. Good to know. We have arrived at the largest shopping district in Kugane. Kogane Dori. Kugane, as you are doubtless unaware, is an ancient Hinjan word for gold. So, in this prosperous port where golden fortunes are made, lesser fortunes, or Kogane, are earned by the local merchants. It's all quite logical once you learn the language. Oh, a kindred spirit. What a pleasure it is to meet a young lady who appreciates the value of hard-won coin. Hancock of the East Ordinary Trading Company, you're with clients today? Why, if it isn't Master Caton. Pray, allow me to introduce you to my esteemed guests, but recently come from distant Eorzea. This kind and generous soul supervises all transactions here in Kogane Dori. Your sincerity is ever appreciated. As he says, I am Kaiten of the Hakuchi clan, and it is my honor to serve as overseer of these markets. As we receive many foreign visitors in Kogane, we accept all manner of currencies. Rest assured, your Eorzi and Gil are welcome here. I invite you to peruse our wares at your leisure. Oh, I already have, and I fucking love it. Arms, armor, foodstuff, portables. Here you will find all of them and more. I think I was actually meant to say potables, but I pronounced it as portables for some reason. Whoops. Dun, 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 dun. If we may pause here for a moment. This road leads to the Ijin Gai, the district of which Ijin, or foreigners, are permitted to reside. Would this also be where the foreign embassies are found, including that of a certain empire? Precisely. So you see, it would not be at all unusual to cross paths with one of our Garlean cousins here. With this in mind, I would encourage you to choose your words carefully. We would not want any physical altercations, after all, such spots being strictly forbidden. The Sekisegumi punish breaches of the peace quite severely, and have seen foreigners permanently exiled for a single violation. Though, to be fair, this is not common. More often than not, they are executed on the spot. What? Cut down then and there? You're joking, right? Would that I were, but alas, these samurais are a humorless lot. Why, I recall one instance when a foreign merchant, in his cups, dared lay hands upon a Hinjan aristocrat in front of a Seki Saigumi. The samurai cut him in half with a single stroke. I'm definitely being samurai here. I don't even want to think about that. So, as you see, it would behoove you to behave. Failing that, we may be forced to part ways with one another, or you with yourselves, in the manner of the late Teleji Adaleji. Oh, how I amuse myself, but we must carry on. I have yet to show you the Gallian consulate. Hold on. I'm gonna start going for all the Ethernet, like, all the Ethernet shards. He's freaking just straight up with the lumps. And then this one right here's got a freaking samurai sword. Let's go. Oh, this is the barracks of the samurai. I want in. Saying that though, all I have to do is just be a samurai and do samurai quests. Under there. I'm a monk walking on buildings. I'm so easily amused when it comes to this place. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 bum. Ba, da, 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 da. Dun, da, 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 da. The Thavnarian Consulate. Wait, I don't have them all yet? Which one do I not have? I don't have Pier 1. Can I get through the doors? No, I'm gonna have to go around. Right. I want to get all of them before I actually, like, start the mission, carry on with the mission. How would I even have the hostel lead? What the hell is wrong with me? Right. Hostel lead first and then down to Pier 1. There we go, we got them all. Replica vendor and an exchange. Oh. Picker of locks. Oh. To be fair though, you don't give us much defense, that's what I've currently got, so there's kinda no point. Well, at the very least, item comparison to what I have. Yeah, even in terms of the stuff you do, it's much worse. I just got like a lot of slots. That's the only difference. Sure. This, as you may surmise, is the consort of you-know-who. Mark the guards at the gate, and are their uniforms not different from those you have seen in the West? Were you to travel far and wide, you would find that many such variations exist, often inspired by local designs, all of which goes to show that even a massive empire seeking to rule all of creation is not without its artisans. Yes. So it seems to be the case. Festus. Call me savage one more time, I die. At long last, we arrive at our destination. May I present to you our humble offices. We have much to discuss, so I will refrain from further prattle. Come, right this way.
Our thaumaturges took great pains to ward these walls against all manner of surveillance. Where business dealings are concerned, we do not compromise on confidentiality. You may avail yourselves of these offices for the duration of your visit. Come and go as you like, and know that you may speak freely here.
Your offer is most generous, but I will not enter into any agreement which would leave us beholden to you or your master.
A legitimate concern. Allow me to clarify then. The chairman bids you consider this as an expression of his heartfelt contrition for the bloody banquet and the unpleasantness which followed. Never having been one to put stock in words alone, the chairman deems the provision of material aid to be a more appropriate demonstration of his sincerity. By sheer coincidence, your purpose here also happens to coincide with our own interests. That is, assuming you are come to aid the Doman Liberation Front.
How could... I will not bother to offer a denial. You have the right of it. To be specific, we are come in search of our Far Eastern allies, Yugiri and Gosetsu, whom we hope to assist in their fight.
The Aori Shinobi and the Rugadan Samurai? Then you will be pleased to know that they have both come to Kugani.
Are you sure?
Quite. They came here aboard a company vessel, you see. However, they encountered difficulties securing passage across the Ruby Sea.
The Ruby Sea? Sorry, I've never been any good at geography.
Forgive me. This calls for a map. We are here in Kugani, the sole open port of Hingashi, situated on her western coast. Doma, meanwhile, is here on the eastern coast of Otherd in Yansha. Therefore, if your friends are to reach Doma, they must first cross the Ruby Sea. Alas, this is easier said than done, as the Ruby Sea does not fall within the dominion of either Hingashi or Doma, being controlled since antiquity by a third party, namely the Confederacy. Said maritime collective is known for the consummate skill of its sailors, and for demanding that any vessel entering its waters pay a toll referred to as the Ruby Tithe. In exchange, the Confederacy's vast fleet guarantees the safety of those who travel within its territory. Now, as I'm sure you are aware, Garlemald conquered Doma some 25 years past, at which time the Empire saw no value in controlling the Ruby Sea, and thus did they turn a blind eye to the activities of the Confederacy. The recently appointed acting Imperial Viceroy of Doma had other ideas, however. She has formally condemned the Confederacy and declared that any who recognize their authority shall be branded enemies of the Empire. Bowing to this pressure, Hingashi severed ties with these toll-takers and forbade the payment of the Ruby Tithe, prompting the Confederacy to make it known that any merchants choosing to sail the Ruby Sea would do so at their peril.
No wonder they struggled to secure passage to Doma. What captain would risk such a journey given the circumstances?
I'm told your friends were not so easily deterred from their course, but I know not whether their persistence bore fruit.
I say we follow in Yugiri and Gosetsu's footsteps and attempt to secure passage to Doma for ourselves. We will need to cross the sea in any case, and we may learn something of their whereabouts in the process. And should we find that they are still in Kugane, we can make the journey together.
In that case, I have some information which may be of use to you. No quid pro quo, I assure you. The chairman was most insistent that I aid you to the best of my ability.
Though I am reluctant to take any action whatsoever that could be construed as placing ourselves in Lord Lolovito's debt, we must avail ourselves of what means are available. Our Alamegan allies place their faith in us, and I do not intend to disappoint them. It would seem inefficient for us all to venture out together in search of information on Yugiri and Kosetsu's whereabouts. Agreed? Agreed. We need to cast our net wider, split up, and pursue all available avenues of inquiry. But if we're to coordinate our efforts effectively, we'll need to establish a working base of operations. Indeed, Tataro would seem best suited to the task of organizing our supplies and procuring new ones. While she attends to that, we folk can begin our search by questioning the individuals Hancock identified. LSA and I will take those in the southern districts of the city, and the two of you can take those in the north. In anticipation of just such an eventuality, I took the liberty of preparing some few sketches of Yugiri and Kosetsu during our voyage. Wow, Ishtola warned me that you were a bit of an artist, but these are great. They'll definitely come in handy. Looks like it's you and me, Dante. Let's step outside and talk about where to start. Wow, often those sketches are so, I don't know how to put it, but they're very, well, see for yourself. Oh, I gotta do Wigglies? Okay. Very realistic. Who do I see here? Surubami. Word has it the Lord Bugyo Kogane has established a residential district especially for foreigners. Having long dreamed of a home to call my own, I couldn't help but find myself wanting to. It is a good thing I can actually go there for the sake of my for the sake of going up for my wires ones. I've got one of our close and Julia, the grand hand board here in Kugani is on the mic. Yeah, I'll get the rest of the star rooms later. If I did them all now. Will be your show official. Right. For the sake of finishing this mission, let's quickly just teleport to Shirogane, to the FC house. God, I move forward and a bit of my couch's fabric just peels off my back. Ooh. Oh. I didn't realize I'd be here. Alrighty, let's see. Where are we in terms of the districts? Can't bloody tell. Maybe I should just use the friggin' bow. Alright. Yeah. But actually show Sayaka and Michi the stuff. I'll see if they're actually like on. Oh, that's Yeah, still streaming. Jesus Christ. Been up the troubles of the residential district for ages. What are you on about? Come one, come all, burns, guts, embarrassing rushes, there is naught that the mystical waters of the Bocase and hot springs cannot heal. Oh, what is that in your hand? You seek this aura and this ruggeding, do you? 1,000 apologies, but I cannot help you. It is against our policy to divulge information regarding patrons past or present. Please, we came all the way from Eorzea to find our friends. We have our reputation to consider, miss. Men and women from all walks of life come here in search of rejuvenation, body and soul. They seek privacy and discretion, and we have ever honored their wishes. Only the Seki Saigumi may demand otherwise. I am sorry, but there is naught I can do. I suppose we'll just have to ask someone else then. What about that woman who owns the hostelry? Kotakaze, was it? Welcome, traveller. Can I interest you in some rice wine? Exceptional quality, delivered but the other day. Ah, an Ori shinobi and a Rokugan samurai. If I may, I would answer your question with some few of mine own. If I speak of that which you know, Ijin, be not offended. You are familiar with the situation in the lands across the Ruby Sea. The doomed rebellion after 2.5 decades of quiet? I see. And you are familiar with the ways of Hingashi, how we elect to stand apart and support no cause but our own. Indifferent and callous some may call us, but pragmatism is essential if a humble island nation, such as ours, is to survive. But we are not fools. Complete isolation is impractical, and so Kugani is open to Ijin, and we are equally hospitable to all. Or, if I must speak more plainly, yes, I can help you, but if I do, I must also oblige the ones who ask after you. Are you willing to accept this fair and equitable treatment? If anyone comes looking for us, tell them whatever you like. As you wish. The 2 individuals of whom you speak did indeed come here. They saw a passage across the Ruby Sea. Few ships are willing to make the trip at the moment. Nevertheless, I made several introductions on their behalf. That was the extent of our interaction. I will provide you with the names of captains if you like. Hey, we're getting somewhere. You've been a great help, Mistress Kotokaze. I'll be sure to come back for that wine sometime. We would welcome your custom, miss. We should question these captains as soon as we can. You take the first 3, I'll take the rest, and we'll meet here when we've finished. Alright, good luck. Yes, maybe upwards. Where will be the last capital? Somewhere up at the top, maybe? Nope, there he is. The Hanish Spice Tree. By the 12 a talking fish. Yes, yes, a talking fish. How very observant of you, Iji. You find me in good spirits, so your rudeness I will ignore this once. But only if you address me again in the proper manner. Sorry, I've never met a... Let's start again. You're Kyoto, right? My name is Lise, and Mrs. Dante. We're looking for some friends of ours. I see. Both these ones I know well. I helped them secure passage across the Ruby Sea. Really? That's wonderful. Could you do the same for us? Yes, this would not be a problem. For you, I could charter a ship this very day, but the journey is fraught with much peril. The fare will not be cheap. Are you sure you can afford to pay? I didn't think to bring any money, but surely Tataru will let us take whatever we need from the science coffers, right? We wouldn't be the only passengers, though. Could we take a moment to talk it over with our friends? Yes, but hurry. Your ship must depart under cover of darkness. We shall meet again at sunset on the Tassogare Bridge. Do not forget your fare. Win many gil, yes? How much is many gil? I don't really fancy the idea of my own money being used here. Dun, dun, dun. Very well, we should prepare for the worst. The title will remain here, and I shall follow the three of you at a discreet distance. Please don't and I will make your orders bond. Yep. Enter the dungeon is with me too. Oh.
He's late.
Ah, yes, I hope for the shop and delivery. Ever.
Endless and most sincere apologies to you and yours, yes. This way, quickly now.
Enough! Where are you taking us? Where is the ship?
The ship. So very sorry to inform you, yes. Long before was it pledged to another. To me, these ones are for Doma.
I knew it couldn't be this simple.
Nothing personal, yes, just business.
Then business is about to take a turn for the worse. Come on, let's find a way out of here.
I don't think she likes that. I mean, to be fair, the guy betrayed her. The guy took us, so I'm not surprised.
Bloody places.
I'm trying. No, hold off. Don't know how I managed to just get past him, but
stay hidden and quiet. Understood?
we'll try our best.
Clear the road! Clear the road! You there! Korjin! We seek 4 foreigners. One, a brutish woman carrying an unconscious Namazu. Have you seen them?
For foreigners, you say? Ah, yes! Very rude they were, making no apology as they barged past. They went that way, I think.
Many thanks, good sir. With me, they cannot have gone far.
All is well. The Sekisei Gumi will not return this way for some time, I should think. You are of the East Aldenard Trading Company, yes? Come with me. I know a safer way.
Look, at least the Guardian is trying to help us, unlike the catfish.
You are returned. And with guests, I see.
Our meeting went about as well as expected. We've brought the Namazu who thought to betray us. When he wakes up, we'll see what he knows about Yugiri and Gazetsu.
Well done, you. When I saw the Sekisei Gumi out in force, I did begin to worry, but I see my fears were misplaced.
Actually, if it weren't for Soroban, we might not have gotten away.
'Twas my pleasure.
Yet I must ask, Soroban, why would you deceive the Sekisei to help us, foreigners of whom you know naught?
Why, out of the kindness of my heart, is what I would like to say, but my motives are not so pure. I chanced to witness your meeting with Hancock at the tavern and saw an opportunity.
An opportunity?
Like many, I came to Kugane as a trader to make my fortune. Korjin of the Red may serve the Empire as mercenaries, but Korjin of the Blue walk a different path. Regretfully, Most here would rather not meet our gaze, much less do business. So I seek the custom of those less predisposed to dismiss us outright, namely the East Aldenard Trading Company.
Quid pro quo, is it? Well, there is no denying that we owe you a debt. What say you, Hancock? Will you consider doing business with our entrepreneurial friend here?
Rest assured, Master Soroban, that in matters of trade, the company does not discriminate. We would be honored to hear your proposal.
I promise you will not regret this, good sir. Ah, yes. You sought passage across the Ruby Sea, did you not? I have a ship you can use.
You do? Well then, far be it from us to refuse. You have our deepest thanks.
And you mine.
Right, I think I'll end off here. I've done quite a long stream after all. So, yeah. I'm going to end off this stream here. I've done 7 hours? Christ. Yeah, I've done a very long stream. Stretch. So yeah, I'm going to end off the stream here. Hope the people that came in and watched it have enjoyed. And I shall see you next time.